I have received feedback from multiple six-figure publishers that they especially like the walk-in videos. So here's a compilation of the top ones. I hope you will enjoy.
I want to talk about something that I think has a direct correlation with how much money you're able to make with self-publishing, and that is your ability to get things done. And I believe that I'm qualified to talk about this because I've produced over 1,500 books. I haven't written these books myself, obviously, but I've been able to generate millions of dollars worth of sales using platforms such as Amazon KDP. So I do believe that I have a good system for getting things done. And I got asked in the YouTube comments what my daily routine looked like. And while I did record it yesterday on Instagram, I will make a highlight. If you're curious, you can go in and check how a normal day would look like for me. But in this video, I want to break down the components or the concepts that really help me to get a lot of things done. So the first thing I want to discuss is planning tomorrow today. Or in my case, I always plan the entire week on Sundays. So what this entails is that I write down certain tasks that are reoccurring. I keep adding them in the calendar. I use a physical calendar, but you can use a digital one if you prefer that. But I always make sure that I figure out 1 to 5 things that will move the business forward. So some examples of these types of tasks are, for example, at a certain point, it was learning and setting up an opt-in page so I could build an email list. And at another point, maybe it was hiring a manager or it was hiring more writers, etc. So aim to figure out based on what would give you the most amount of growth currently and write down those tasks and then start every week or start every Sunday. You plan in those tasks and you plan in, for example, on Monday, this is the first thing I will do. And on Tuesday, this is the first thing I will do. Certain weeks for me, for example, I might have a title creation week. So the entire week, it's only creating book titles. Another week, it might only be researching, for example. And another week, it's more technical topics such as setting up an email list or analyzing certain data that I think would be very useful if I'm able to figure out a strategy, for example. But the reason you want to plan this task the first thing in the morning is because your willpower will deplete during the day normally. And there's a concept called eating the frog by Brian Tracy. So that is where this idea comes from. I don't think I need to go further into it. Try it for yourself. I think you will find that if you start with checking emails or you start with other menial tasks first, then when the time comes around to do this big frog that you usually don't want to do because it's heavier and it doesn't taste good, etc. So that is why I strongly advise you to start today eating the frog. The second concept I want to talk about is focus. So what is focus? I think that if we look at the opposite of focus, then we will be able to answer this question. So the opposite of focus is distraction. And if we remove distraction, then I think we will get focus. So for example, the phone. That's a big distraction. I put the phone on airplane mode when I'm working, or I have the phone in another room, etc. Another idea that I very much like is to work when no one can disturb you. So many times it's been late in the evening for me, or it's been early mornings, which is my preferred way right now. So I'm getting up at 4 a.m., working for 3-4 hours. There's no distractions. No one will knock on the door randomly. And it's great. I'm able to focus on a big project that I'm working on right now, and I'm making a lot of progress because of it. Another thing that will help you to increase your focus is by avoiding food that doesn't support your brain. So for example, eating too much sugar, etc., that will not be good in terms of productivity because you will get a crash, and that's not good. So optimize your brain, your health and everything. For example, running, that's great for your brain. It increases brain cells. And that is something that I think can also help you with not only focusing, but also becoming smarter since you're creating brain cells. And the source for this is, there's a book called The Happy Pill. It's by a Swedish author. I highly advise you to read it. It's very fascinating. But in essence, they did studies on everything from brain games, etc. But they found that the biggest thing or the best thing for being smarter, in essence, is physical exercise. So I think that that is one thing we want to do. We want to treat ourselves like athletes in a way so that we're able to produce to the best of our ability. And yes, you might say it takes 1 hour to exercise, but I believe that you will get that back. Not only in the long run, for example, in the long run, you will probably live longer, so you'll be able to work more hours in that regard, but also the work, when you are working, you will be much more focused, etc. Another concept is batching tasks. And this is something that I believe has played a crucial role for me as well. So instead of checking emails a little bit here and there, I always check emails and messages 3 times a week. So it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And by doing this, I'm not being distracted or starting some random tasks. And this might be something that could be hard for you if it's the first time you're doing it. Other people might expect you to, or you might think that other people expect you to respond immediately or the same day, etc. But I find that people will learn that you reply on a certain day, maybe even a certain time. And that is something that has worked for me. And if there's an emergency, which is very rare in self-publishing, I have a different app for messaging where people can reach me if it's more of an emergency. So you can set something up like that as well. But otherwise, I batch the tasks. So I do descriptions 1 time per week. I check the covers 1 time per week. And then, of course, we have the frog, which for some weeks, it might be creating titles. So that is something that I batch in one day. For example, let's create 5 titles today. Another day, let's create another 5 titles. And when you do that, then you will most likely have titles for a very long time. So by completing these tasks, you're able to put them to the side for a very long time. And I think that that is something that is very good in terms of being able to focus on these higher leverage activities. I couldn't imagine working and then one day I'm going to create 1 title and then I'm going to select 1 book cover. I'm going to check Amazon ads and then I'm going to check emails and I'm going to do all these tasks in 1 day. And then the next day I'm going to do the same thing. I wouldn't want to work like that. And I don't think that's the most efficient way. So I always tell my team members to work in the same way. And that is something that I advise you to do. Have them use these principles as well. For example, eating the frog. Tell them that the first thing in the morning when your brain power is the best, your willpower is the best, work on this task because that is what will really help us. So if you have a manager, maybe you need to help that person prioritize the tasks, but otherwise teach them these principles because the more productive your team is, the more productive your business will be as well. And another concept is, of course, the concept of removing tasks that are unnecessary, delegating and automating. So removing tasks, it's about the 80-20 rules. Maybe you're focusing on something that is not producing a lot of results. So for example, for me, it was sometimes I was working on a social media platform and I wasn't seeing any results from it. So it can be worth testing things like that. But at some point, I think we need to admit that this task that I'm doing, it's not worth it. I can be doing other tasks that will yield a lot more results. So in that case, it's best to just remove it completely instead of delegating it to someone else. But if it does provide results, but it doesn't need to be done by you, then you delegate. And automate, that is paying for software, for example, that can do this task a lot quicker. So for example, if you're spending 2 hours every week on a certain task and you can save 1 hour of time doing that task by using a software, then you're saving 1 hour per week, which is 4 hours per month. And let's say the subscription is $30 a month for that software, then you're valuing your time at less than $10 an hour if you're continuing to do this task that the software could help you save at least 4 hours. So that is something that you want to think about as well when you're delegating and automating. What is your time worth? And then how much time will I save by either delegating or automating? In today's video, I want to talk about what I think are some key commonalities amongst the best publishers. And I think this video will be very useful if you want to see how you can apply something like this yourself, because I've said it many times before, that if you do what the top publishers do, doesn't it make sense that over a long enough time horizon that you would get similar results? So that is what I try to do in these videos. I've gotten to 7 figures. I believe that I'm not the only one. In this video, I want to discuss the common patterns that I see when I look at the top books, when I look at the top publishers, etc., etc. So the first thing I want to talk about is mastering the basics. And this might sound boring. Maybe you were expecting some secret technique, but I believe that if you're skipping this step and you think that this is boring, then this is definitely what you need to focus on. Because I believe that the top publishers, they have mastered the basics so well. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about each component. So if you think about a car, you have many different components and you need every component in order for the car to drive. For example, if you have a car without wheels, it will not move forward. Or if you have a car without a motor, the same thing will happen. So you want each component to be optimized. In the book publishing process, this would mean, of course, the title, the book cover, and the niche it's in. If we're new, for example, we don't have an audience. So all these components, if I were to tell myself what to focus on, I would, instead of trying to find these different tactics or loopholes, I would try to really learn about mastering each one of these components. Because if I do, then eventually I might end up building a race car and best-selling book. So that is one thing. Now, how can we create these components so well? And I believe that one key to this is understanding the target audience. And that is something that I also think that most top publishers, they have that in common. They have a deep understanding for the target audience that they're serving. So they know what language to use. They know how to talk to the customer in a way that sparks their imagination, creates curiosity, and makes them create a burning desire to want to buy this solution, which is what a book is. Even a fiction book, that is a solution to boredom. It is a solution to escaping the reality, and it's to create enjoyment. So whatever you're publishing in, aim to think, okay, what is it that this person who would be buying this book, what language would they use? How do they speak? Some people go really deep and they say, okay, like, who is this guy? What is his name? How many siblings do we have? I don't think we need to go that deep, but I do think we want to put ourselves in the mind of this person. And that means thinking like they're thinking. And that would mean, for example, if you're targeting someone who's busy, let's say it's a busy parent, you would tap in to their experience. And what is the experience like of being a busy parent? It feels like you don't have any time for yourself, maybe. You don't have any time for pursuing your goals. And you just wish there was some simple way to solve all this. And you're probably a little bit jealous about people who don't have kids. And you're thinking, oh, but it's so easy for them because they don't have kids. Of course, they can be very, very productive, etc. So that is just one example of tapping into the target audience. So that is one key habit or one key idea that I think is common amongst the self-publishers that are producing at a very high level. They understand their target audience in a deep way. Now, I do believe that there are a lot of publishers who are great at producing individual winners. And I believe that if these publishers were to apply a little bit more of my way of thinking and operating, I think that they would definitely be able to create 7-figure brands, in my imagination at least. So I believe that, yes, it is good to go after high demand niches and publishing those and create individual winners. But I think that the top of the top publishers, the ones that get to 7 figures, they usually have some sort of compounding in place. And that means that one book will lead to something else. Or if you have an audience, then the audience will spread your message and that will compound. One person will tell one person and then they will tell 2 people and then it just snowballs. But even those publishers who create individual winners and who are very good at that, they are usually making several $1,000s per month, maybe from one book alone. And they usually think longer term as well in terms of the book. So they don't necessarily care about getting a return on investment within 2 months. So they're thinking longer in terms of getting a return on investment. And they focus on producing quality. So for example, if they have a choice between getting an image from an illustrator that costs $5, but it's less quality than an image that costs $10 from another designer, then they will pick the designer that will produce the best work, even if it costs a little bit more, because they're thinking longer term. And they know that if they meet or exceed the reader's expectations, then that will lead to positive reviews. And of course, that will be good in the long run, because when you get positive reviews, I think it's about 1 in 100 sales, then you get a review, and you want that review, that organic review, you want that to be positive. And if you have a great product, then you will get high ratings most of the times. At least there will always be some person that will complain no matter what, is what I found. So even Harry Potter, even the best-selling books, you will see that they all have some negative reviews. Okay, moving on. This is not something I can prove, but I do believe that the best publishers, they have some sort of a system. So for example, they have planned their launches. They know when to launch certain books. Maybe even at the start of the year, they make a launch plan. Okay, so in January, I'm going to launch this book. In February, this book. Or they make maybe longer spaces between. So in January, this book. In March or in May, this book, etc. So they have some sort of plan in terms of when to publish. And also, I think that if they're producing more books, they have a system for doing that in a reliable way. So I can tell you what I do. I have an editor, for example, and of course I put in systems so I don't have to be the middleman. There's no point in me sending the feedback from the editor to the writer. The editor might as well communicate with the writer directly. So that is an example of setting up a system so it can run without you. And I believe that that is something that is very powerful in terms of scaling. But that is another video. So let's stay focused on the key commonalities. I do believe that the top publishers, they also are a little bit risk averse. I do think that some publishers, yes, they are making a lot of money, but maybe they are not using a super safe strategy, because we want to be here in the long run. Yes, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars in 1 year, but is it really worth it if the next year you're not able to publish or you're not able to make that money? So I do believe that we do want to be productively paranoid, which is a concept that I've covered in another video, where you think, okay, is this in alignment with what Amazon wants? And Amazon wants a great customer experience. And if this method or strategy or whatever I'm using to make more money than I'm deserving of, if that's not in alignment with that, then I think it's a no in terms of pursuing a strategy like that. So we want to be on the safe side. At least that's how I view it, because we want to be here in the long run. And I believe that time, that is on our side, not just in terms of the knowledge that we'll gain experience, we'll gain more skills for every year. I think I'm getting better at publishing, and not just that, but you're able to reinvest more and more. You're getting higher quality, and the people that you're working with, they are getting better if you're setting it up so that they are learning from their mistakes or they're learning from the customers, etc. So things usually get better with time. So that is why staying in the game, that is one of the keys that the top publishers do. Yes, you will get distracted. You will see a shiny object somewhere else. There will be drop shipping like it was for me at one point. But I strongly advise you, especially if you see that you have success, you've seen success with self-publishing, don't fall victim to the shiny object syndrome. It's better to stay focused. Then if you have a system and everything can run without you, for example, now my business is running. Yes, I'm still working, let's say 20 hours per week on my publishing business, but I'm able to focus on making these videos, for example. And it doesn't, maybe you could argue, yes, I could put this time towards working on my publishing business and maybe that will give me a higher return on investment. But again, I'm thinking long term. I think this will be useful, and it's something that I enjoy, and I'm developing a lot more as a publisher because I'm reviewing these concepts, these ideas, etc. So I do believe that in the long run, this will be a positive for me. But it's still in alignment with publishing. I'm not talking about drop shipping. I'm not doing anything else. So that is what I think is very powerful. Stay focused, stay in the game. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for watching. If you liked the video, hit the like button and drop a comment down below. I really appreciate communicating with you in terms of how you see the videos, if there's a certain idea that resonated or helped you, or if you want to share about your story, where you're at, how many books have you published, how much you're making, etc. And the community is also a great way to connect with other publishers and get help, because self-publishing, it can be a lonely journey sometimes. And if you have other people who are on the same path as you, then that can be something that can be helpful. And I've been thinking and I've been getting these insights, and I think that this video will be inspiring for many people. And what I've been thinking and what I'm feeling is inspiring me, and I want to share it. And I'm in a euphoric state right now, and I think that I want to get this recorded. Who knows, will I post it? We'll see, the time will tell. But what is it that is making me so fired up, except the bike ride, or besides the bike ride? It's that I'm thinking about the question, okay, is Amazon KDP worth it? Is it harder now than it was a couple of years ago? And I'm looking back and I'm thinking of when I got started, and I'm thinking about the success stories that I listened to. And if you want to go back in memory lane and see the success stories that I was inspired by, then I don't know if you can find them. That's the sad part. But I remember there was this guy, Lars from Norway. I could relate to him. And there was a woman from India as well. I think there was a man from India as well. I think the woman was making around $5,000 a month. Lars was making around $11,000 a month. And the other guy from India was making around $3,000 a month. And those three interviews really inspired me. And I didn't see I saw some interviews of people making above that amount, but that was later on. And I remember around that time, there was a guy called Steve Scott. I will take this helmet off. And he was making $30,000 a month. And I also was part of a mastermind later, and there was one guy that mentioned it. He mentioned, well, there was this guy that was making $30,000 a month. So it was quite big back then to make $30,000 a month from Amazon KDP. And I'm thinking about how things have progressed since then. And maybe you've watched my other videos, maybe you've heard me say it before, but a common thing that a lot of people said back in 2017, around there, was that when you're making $10,000 a month, that's about the limit that you can reach with self-publishing. After that, you should look for bigger and better opportunities. And many people, and I was tempted as well, I went into affiliate marketing, but I never went into high-ticket affiliate marketing. And I know maybe some people started high-ticket sales and things like that, but if you know my story, you know I did stray for 6 months, so I realized that this is not a good idea. I have something that's working. It's better that I focus on this. And since then, there have been so many publishers who have crossed $10,000 a month, and of course, even $100,000 a month. And yesterday, I watched a video from Thomas from BookBeam. Kudos to him for posting that video. It really made me inspired. And he showed a month where he was making well over $300,000 a month in 1 month. And maybe, I don't know what his monthly income every single month was, but it is very, very high. And if you look at CocoVio, you also see it. I don't know if the numbers on KD Spy are correct, but $500,000 a month. Etsy, you look at their Etsy store, you see how many books they have in the cart. So when you look at these examples, it's very hard, at least in my mind, to say that self-publishing doesn't work. In my mind, of course it works. Everything works. Dropshipping works. Amazon FBA works. Amazon KDP works. These methods, they all work. Of course they do. Now the question is, can you make it work? And I believe, yes, you can. And how do we make it work? Okay, if we know that it's possible, maybe at a certain point, maybe the self-belief is not there. Maybe you can't, maybe some people, they're like, I can't do it. Then at least what we can agree is that it's possible. That's a quote from Les Brown, that if you can't say I can do it, then at least say it's possible. And it is possible. And I believe that it is possible for you too. But it really requires being grounded in reality. That's what I believe. And I believe in the power of being a realist. Being an optimist, that's great. However, seeing things for better than they are when action is needed. For example, if I publish a book and I just wish, I think this book is going to go well, and I don't look at the reasons why it might not go well, I just keep hoping, like, that's not going to help me. It's better that I see, okay, I think this has potential based on these numbers and based on these things. I believe that this book will be a success. And if I'm wrong, if I get into the ring and it's a real fight, then I don't want my opponent to go easy on me, because then I'm not living in reality. I want to know, okay, where are my weak spots? Where am I open? What deficiencies can I improve? And that's how I see the books as well. If something doesn't work, then there's something that I'm doing that is making it not work. Maybe it's the book cover, maybe it's the title, maybe it's the niche I've chosen, maybe it's the description, maybe it's that the other books are better, or they were earlier, or the competition is too much, or my book is simply drowning in all the other books that already exist. But whatever it is, there is often a reason. And if we're able to find that reason, then we too are going to be able to solve this big puzzle of making profitable books and succeeding with self-publishing and changing our lives and all that entails. So, like I said, this video is completely unscripted, and I simply want to leave you with this idea that it is possible. And I believe that the best thing we can do is to chase our dreams, because what else is there? What else are we going to do? And I think that when we see success, when we see whatever it is, if it's big dashboards, I think we have two responses. Either we look at ourselves and we see, okay, but I'm not there. I'm not making that kind of money. I'm not good enough, or whatever we tell ourselves. And maybe we're defensive and we try to find a reason why this other person succeeded. Maybe he used he cheated, or whatever it is. I didn't even need to watch the video. I saw right from the text that, yes, of course, this is true. This is accurate. He's done it legit. These over $300,000 in 1 month. At some point, if you're honest with yourself, I think you can tell when people are being sincere. And I lost my train of thought. I completely lost my train of thought. Okay, so that's all I have. That's all I have to say. We'll see if this video will get posted or not. But I sincerely wish you the best of luck. I sincerely hope that this video gave you the belief that it's possible, and that it's possible for you, and that also I encourage you to have the courage to see things for what they are. Not worse than they are, not better than they are, but see them for what they are. Because when you see things exactly for what they are, then you can do something about it. I wish you all the best. Best of luck in your own self-publishing journey. Hope you achieve all your dreams, and hope we get to connect one day. Take care.
If you want to avoid wasting unnecessary time, money, and energy on failed projects, then keep watching. In many of the videos, I talk about things such as hiring, automation, and branding. However, if there's one video that I would tell my younger self to watch before those videos, then it's this one. It's about 3:30 in the morning now, so not only will you get to walk with me now as the sun is rising, but I will share with you a little known method that I've used to build several books that make over $1,000 a month, and it's also what I use to build a brand. So by watching this video, you can apply this method to your own publishing business, and that way you can not only see more of your books succeed, but you can also avoid wasting unnecessary time, money, and energy. Now, the method that I will describe, it's not only related to publishing, so you can apply it to other business models as well. So even if you're not doing publishing, I advise you to watch this video. So the plan of this video is that I will start by exemplifying the method so you can get a clear idea of what it's about. And then I will give you some examples of how I've applied it in my own publishing business. And I will list the benefits of using it. And then lastly, I will tell you step by step how you can apply this to your own business or publishing business. Sounds like a good plan? Then let's go. So imagine you're at sea and an enemy ship is approaching. You only have a small amount of gunpowder. So you take all of this gunpowder and you fire a big cannonball across the ocean. It misses the enemy ship by 40 degrees. You check the stockpile and you realize that you're out of gunpowder. You don't survive. Now let's imagine a second approach where you take the gunpowder, but instead of firing it all at once at the enemy ship, you take a little bit and you fire a bullet first. And what happens is that you first miss by 40 degrees, just like in the first example, but you still have gunpowder, so you fire another bullet and that one misses by 30 degrees this time, and then you do it again and the third one misses by 10 degrees, and then the last one that you make, it hits the target. Now what do? You take the remaining gunpowder and you make one big cannonball, and then you fire it at the enemy ship, and this one, it sinks it. So this time you survive. This concept is from my favorite book, great by choice, and it's called Firing Bullets First, Then Cannonballs. So it's all about validating and testing that something works before you go all in. Let me give you an example of my own publishing journey, how I've applied it. So what I've done in the beginning is that I've published books in many different niches. And then I saw that one particular niche with one specific angle did particularly well. So I started to publish more books with that angle and in that niche. And then I saw that those books did well also. And then from there, I went even heavier into it. You could say I fired a cannonball by building an email list, building a strong author profile, and also building a social media presence. So this is an example of how I fired bullets first and then a cannonball. But I've also used the opposite approach, which means that I've fired cannonballs first, which is what you don't want to do. So, for example, I have thought that a certain niche will do very well. So I've invested heavy into making these books as great as possible, made them extra long, etc., etc. And I created a lot of books with the same title style, etc., cover style. However, for some reason, they didn't take off. So at one component or something like that, maybe it was the title, it didn't hit the target. So if I'd had instead fired bullets and maybe made one book with one title or several books with several different titles and seen which one of these took off, and then I would have started doing more of that, then the project might have succeeded or done a lot better. So let's imagine that you have $10,000 to invest in your publishing business, and when we do the cannonball first, then we would take all those $10,000 and we'd invest it into one book. So we hired, for example, if we're not writing the book ourselves, then we might hire an extra expensive writer, and we may make the book extra long, and we may have an extra big marketing budget. For example, we not only do Amazon ads, but we do Facebook ads, and we also do some news articles, and we have the book show up on online sites, etc., etc. So that's the first approach. Now the second approach, the alternative approach, is that we instead take 1,500 of these $10,000 and we create one book. So The budget might be that we use $800 of those $1,500 for the writing, then $200 for editing, then let's say $200 for book cover and audiobook narration, and then perhaps $300 for Amazon ads. So our only marketing budget is Amazon ads, because with Amazon ads, we are able to scale what works and minimize or remove the things that doesn't work. So for example, we're only paying per click, which means that if something isn't performing well with Amazon ads, then we can decrease the bid for that particular keyword, or we could, for example, increase the bid if something is performing well. So we can approach it like we're putting in $1 and we're making sure that we're getting $2 back, for example, when we're running the ads. Now, we've just used $1,500 of the $10,000, so we still have at least 5 more books that we can publish. So let's say we make 2 more and we notice that one of these 3 books, they take off. So then we can either choose to make improvements to the existing book, for example, by making a second edition, getting more reviews, updating the descriptions, etc. Or we can build more books in that series. So we can go deeper into that niche, for example, or we can focus on building an email list and a social media presence, etc. So this will all aid us in getting the snowball effect, which is what we're after. So hopefully you can see that the approach number 2 is not only a lot less risky, but it will also be more likely to lead to success. So with approach number 1, where we invested everything in one book, what if that book doesn't succeed? Not only do we not have any resources left to publish another book, but we might also be so jaded by the experience that we don't have enough mental energy to pursue another project like this. So what are the benefits of firing bullets first and then cannonballs? So number 1, it's low risk, and number 2, it costs less, and number 3, it doesn't take us out if we don't hit the target the first time. So how can you apply this to your own publishing business? So number 1, start by firing bullets first, meaning that instead of making one 100,000 word manuscript, you instead make 3 30,000 words long books, for example, and in essence you don't go all in until you've hit the target. And number 2 is that once you've hit the target, then how can you transform that into a cannonball? So for example, maybe you can make a second edition to the book, or you can update certain parts of the book, or you can make more books in that series, or build an email list, or build a strong online presence, etc. And number 3, avoid firing uncalibrated cannonballs. So that means that you avoid doing projects or taking on projects where you run the risk of being taken out. And number 4 is stop shooting bullets that don't hit the target. So there's no point in continuing to fire bullets, for example, publishing books in a certain niche, if we don't see any results from it, or very low results. So the benefits of all this is that once you've done a lot of things, for example, published 5 books instead of 1, is that you will be able to analyze and see what works and what doesn't work, and then change your approach as you're moving along. So for example, let's imagine that we're driving a car in the dark. Now we're able to get to our destination even though we're only able to see, let's say, 150 meters ahead. And why is that? Because we don't need to see further in order to make the turns necessary or brake in time, etc. So one story that further exemplifies this concept is from the book Art and Fear. So there's a ceramic teacher. On the opening day of class, he divides one part or one group of the class into the left and one to the right. And the group to the left, they will be graded based on the quantity of pots that they're able to produce. And the group to the right will be graded based on the quality of the pots that they will be able to produce. So when grading time comes along, the group to the left that is graded on quantity will have their pots weighted. Look at that, that's here. I'm telling you, the early mornings, they're great. I think those animals, they give you good luck. Anyways, so for example, the first group, it will be graded based on the weight. So let's say they have 50 pounds, that will lead to an A. If they have 40 pounds, it will lead to a B, and so on. And the group to the right, which is graded on quality, will need to make one perfect pot in order to get an A. Can you see that one? It's over there. So when they did the grading, one interesting fact emerged, and that was that the highest quality pots, they didn't come from the group that focused on quality. Instead, they came from the group that focused on quantity. So what happened was that the group that was focused on quantity, as they were producing piles of work, they were able to learn from their mistakes and see what worked, and then make adjustments and make more of those that looked good, etc., etc. While the group that focused on quality, they had grand theories about what worked, but they didn't end up with much more than just that grand theories and a pile of dead clay. So we can clearly see that the group that focused on the quantity, they were able to learn from their mistakes and adjust, and as they were firing bullets, as they were doing the pots, they were able to focus in on the thing that were providing results. So one bullet that hits the target, even though it's smaller, will always be worth more than a big cannonball that completely misses the target. So hopefully you understand how this method works. You first want to test small, and then once you see that something works, then you go all in.
In this video, I will talk about some of the biggest realizations I've had publishing books on Amazon KDP in 2024. So this will be a fairly unscripted video. However, I think it's a valuable video that I wish I saw back in 2023 even, because a lot of things have changed. And I think that in 2020 alone, 1 million books were published through KDP. And I can only imagine what that number is now in 2024 with AI and everything that's going on. So every edge that we can get, we need to make sure that we get. And that is what I try to do in these videos, where I share the lessons I've learned to building a 7-figure publishing business. I share, sometimes it's what I wish I knew 5 years ago, but this is what I wish I knew when I started this year. So I asked my community a question. It was something along the lines of, have you had experience with accidental success with your books, or have you seen accidental success? And there were some comments. Some of them had seen that their books had taken off. For example, I think one answered that they'd made $1,700 from September to December, something like that. But however, after that, the books are now just making $100 a month. And then there was another one that saw one person get success through TikTok with his book, but that also slowed down. So what I think we can learn from this, and what is my experience as well, is that yes, it is possible to get accidental success, but usually there is a component, there is a reason why these books succeed. It might be that we're hitting an unmet desire or unmet need, or it might be that we have an audience already built up. Then it doesn't need to be anything special in terms of the component, but that could be one reason. If we're, for example, able to grow fast on TikTok and we release a product, then obviously that will most likely lead to a lot of sales. So I think our jobs as publishers is to try to identify what are these components that make the books take off, because why not do that instead of accidentally having success? And one thing that I wish I would have told myself in 2023 is to prepare more, is to spend more time in before you create the book, because even with these videos, if I look at the videos that take off the most, it's where I prepared the most. It's where I chosen the title very carefully. It's where I really made sure that the presentation is well done, etc. And when I look at my most successful books, that's what I see as well. It's where I've taken the time to ensure that the niche is profitable, for example, or the book topic is in high demand. But furthermore, I've also aimed to provide either more value or value in a unique way. So I can tell you a story back, I think it was 2017, 2018. I found this niche where there were a lot of books that were selling well. However, they had a rating below 3.7. So I realized that, yes, these books are selling well. However, the customers, they're not getting their needs fulfilled, meaning that the books aren't well enough. And I realized why. And that was because there was so little information about this topic. But there were information, and it was possible to get knowledge. But it did require a lot more work. So that is one golden tip right there, is if the barrier of entry, meaning that it's very hard to create these types of books, and that's not necessarily a negative, because that means that other publishers who are not willing to take deliberate effort, they're not going to succeed as well as someone who makes sure that their product is the best it can be. So sometimes higher barrier of entry, more complex topics, that's not a negative. And that's what I realized with this book, that I really made sure to hire someone who had knowledge about the topic. I made sure the illustrations were on point and it was exactly what they needed, etc. So I think I was the first book that got over 4.5 star in rating for this topic. And obviously that led to tens of thousands of dollars in revenue and in profit, I believe, as well. And I'm in Paris now, and I'm walking the streets and I'm thinking, okay, what is it that makes certain restaurants take off? And of course, it's the location. So if you're close to the Eiffel Tower, for example, obviously a lot more people are going to go there because it's where it's most popular to be. But I do believe that the restaurants that will do absolutely best, they are the restaurants that are not only in the right location, but they're also providing the best service, the best food, etc. And as I kept walking the streets, I also thought, okay, what is it that makes me want to go into a certain restaurant? It's either that it's different. So for example, it's a different type of food. If everyone was offering hamburgers and I eat hamburgers every day, then that's not going to be particularly appealing to me. So something different, that can be a component that attracts me. Or it could be that I'm starving, meaning that I haven't eaten something in quite a while. And it's the only restaurant that I find that is close. Now, I went to some streets and there were Indian restaurants, Vietnamese restaurants, etc. And I'm thinking that even those restaurants who are a little bit more on the side, they can do well. Let's imagine that an Indian restaurant, they are having these events every Wednesday and they're building a community feeling around this restaurant and they're putting more care into it. Then I can see a restaurant like that take off as well. And that is similar to building a brand and building a blue ocean, where you're getting customers, you're getting repeat customers, repeat readers, who are coming back to your books over and over again because you're giving them a unique experience or more of a caring experience, and you're being consistent that every Wednesday we have this event, or every Wednesday you're going to get this book, or every month you're going to get a new read, so your needs are fulfilled in this topic, etc. And that is what I realized in 2024. And what I will do moving into 2025 is that I will focus more on the brand, because that is where the return on investment is not only easiest because of the big audience that I have, but it's also that it's the most profitable. It wasn't like that in the beginning, and that is probably what a lot of businesses experiences as well, that it's not profitable in the beginning if you're trying to do something that's a little bit outside of the norm. If you're not putting your book next to the Eiffel Tower, for example. So, but in the long run, if you're able to build up an audience, a loyal following, then I believe that that is something that is extremely powerful. And then you're able to be in accordance with the blue ocean strategy, where you're getting fishes which are in your own paw. You've started, let's say you started a new category, meaning that you have done something that is completely unique. It might be within a topic, it might be within exercise, for example, but you've done it in such a unique way where there's no big player doing it exactly like that before you. And that is something that I believe can be very powerful. But I think the main message and the main realization that I have is that I need to be more deliberate with the books that I do publish. And I need to ensure that I think through it as a customer. I think through the customer journey, and I make sure that this book is not only something that the customer wants, but as they go through the book, it is something that will fulfill their needs. It is something that will make them happy. It is something that will make them come back and buy more books in the future. So accidental success, it might happen, but I believe that a better strategy is to focus on making sure that we get every component as best as it can possibly be, and taking that time to prepare and taking that time to put in the extra effort. And that is why I will also slow down the amount of books that I publish. So in 2024 and moving into 2025, I believe that we do need to be more deliberate, because we will see a lot of books coming into the marketplace, but a lot of these books will be doing the same thing, and they will expect the same results, and they will not see these certain things, that books might not be profitable just because they have a low BSR. Now the Olympics will soon start in Paris. Now the Olympics for us, self-publisher, it's Christmas. So what I can say to you is get ready for Christmas, prepare, get your books out, get them marketed properly, and I wish you the best of luck. Hope you get a lot of sales this Christmas.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to get to 7 figures with self-publishing? While I've been able to achieve that milestone, it wasn't always like that. And in today's video, I want to talk about how I got started with self-publishing and the early struggles that I faced. Now, I recorded this video and I realized that the microphone, for some reason, wasn't taking in the sound. Hopefully you can hear me all right without the microphone. Anyways, so let's go back around 10 years. I was working in a fish factory in Norway, and I was working long days, long hours. I was making boxes for 12 hours a day at some point. And at some point I was in front of the line, putting the fishes on the line, you could say, or making sure that they came there. So everything was dependent on me. And of course, if I didn't do things fast enough, the bosses would not be happy. And I was being moved around much more. So I felt like a cog in a machine, not very important. And I remember that at one point they decreased the overpay salary, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I felt very powerless in that situation, and I wanted freedom. That's why I moved to Norway. A lot of Swedes, we moved to Norway because we want to make more money, and it is a lot of money to be made in Norway compared to Sweden. At least that's the idea. You get higher salary. So I saved up money there, saved up around 6 months worth of savings, and I read a book about starting a business. So I figured that that is one idea to get to freedom. Turn around here. And I also read another book called The 33 Strategies of War, which is about burning your boats, just like Colonel Cortez did when he wanted to conquer the Aztecs. Because when your back is against the wall, or against the sea, in his case, you will fight much harder. So that's what I wanted to do for myself. And I had the idea that I would buy a house in Sweden, in the city where it's the cheapest to buy a house. And I convinced someone I know to help me stand as security on the mortgage. And I said that, don't worry, I'll get this, I'll pay this, or I will figure out a way, don't worry, you can be calm. So I landed in that city. I had no jobs, didn't know anyone, but I started a business. And that first business was a web shop selling lanterns. And then the second business was started closely thereafter, and that was me cold calling companies in Sweden and offering a service. And the first business, the web shop, it didn't perform that well. It didn't make a profit. So for example, the lanterns, which was what I was selling, they would break in the mail. I didn't do research if lanterns is a good thing to sell, and I was competing on price. So when the lanterns would break, or when the customers didn't pay the bills, etc., there was no margins for that. So, but the second business, after I think it was around 8 months, it worked. So I was making a profit, but it wasn't really enough. So I had one big client that I was really happy about, and I saw that this is going to bring me a lot of money. However, the person that I'd signed the contract with wasn't the right person. So I needed the owners to sign the contracts, and they were placed in different locations in the world. So it took around 3 to 4 months, and my money was very much, it was down at almost zero. I remember at one point I was needing to buy a lawnmower, and I went to buy this used lawnmower for around $50, and they said that you also need this cable, and you will need to buy it in a shop, and it will cost around $40. So I turned around and I said, it doesn't work. I didn't have that money, or I needed that money for food. So, but as I was walking to the old car that I had at the time, I heard them calling behind me saying that, hey, you can get the lawnmower for free and then use the money to buy the cable. And I remember I was very much appreciative of that, because I was sincere. I wasn't trying to, I literally couldn't pay for it with good conscience, because then what am I going to eat the next day? So I don't know what I was thinking. Am I going to cut the lawn with the scissors, or what I was thinking? But hey, sometimes you get good luck like that. And I also got even more good luck shortly thereafter, when I finally got the signature in the mail, and shortly thereafter I was able to build this company around $10,000. So I was finally back on track. But I realized that this wasn't something that I wanted to do for much longer. So I was making cold calls, which is something that is tough when you don't have colleagues around to joke around with, etc. Because when you're doing cold calls, people have their guard up and they don't want to talk to you, they don't know you. And even though you have the best offer in the world, it doesn't matter, because they don't know you. And I read a lot of books during that times, and one of the books was Rich Dad Poor Dad. Another book was The Richest Man in Babylon, and then Millionaire Fastlane. And I realized that the rich, they don't trade their time for money, they make money work for them, and they use leverage. And I realized that you can leverage technology, you can leverage other people's money and other people's knowledge, etc. And that's when I got the idea first, I think, to buy real estate. So I started looking for buy real estate with no money down, things like that. And then shortly thereafter, I got the idea of making passive income online. And then I stumbled upon the idea of creating an ebook and selling it with ClickBank. And then eventually that led me to the idea of selling ebooks on Amazon KDP. And I started a course. And then fairly quickly, I realized that this is something that will work, because I saw success interviews of other people who had done it. And I figured if they can do it, then why not me? So I started, and within 6 months, I was making around $5,000 a month. Now, during that time, I worked with writing the books myself. I did all of the work in the beginning, except for the cover design. Maybe I did that for 1-2 books, but otherwise, I did most of the things in the publishing business. And I was motivated. I still had my back against the wall. There was still no B plan of not making this business work. But what happened was that after 6 months, I faced some challenges. So for example, I had the issue of not getting reviews for the books, and that led to them not selling, etc. Because during that time, 2016, there wasn't any sites such as Pubi or anything like that. And I think that people hadn't really figured out how to get book reviews in a long-term sustainable way. So one way is the Facebook method, where you go and you contact people, but that is quite a lot of work, but it works, and it is a way to get reviews for the books. So what I did was that I started to look for other opportunities to make money online, because I thought that, okay, if I make $5,000 a month from self-publishing, what if I make $5,000 a month from affiliate marketing? So I bought, that would be $10,000 a month. So I bought a course on affiliate marketing, and I started a blog, and I also started another business model, which was about selling drop shipping between Amazon and eBay, and none of these things worked. So I did this for 6 months, and I don't think I was working at all, barely, on my self-publishing business. And in December, where the income is supposed to be really good for us self-publishers, it was down at $2,500, somewhere around there. And that's when I realized that I might have made a mistake. So I listened to Earl Nightingale at that time, and he said something along the lines of, there's nothing more sad than to see a man jump from opportunity to opportunity, not realizing that he stands in his own acres of diamonds. If I'd only been focused, if I'd only stayed with the challenge of not getting reviews, for example, and thought that if other publishers have found a solution and if people are still buying books, then that means that there's an opportunity for me as well. I simply have to stay with this and I have to solve this problem, for example. So that's what I did. I committed again. I went back to the desk ground strategy and realized that, hey, self-publishing, that's the A plan now. So we don't have any B plan. And shortly thereafter, my brand was started and I built an email list, built an audience, and then everything was getting easier. Even though it wasn't that profitable in the beginning, I still saw the potential. And I saw that having a brand, that is something that will be in the future. That is the future of self-publishing as I saw it back then, because it was also something that was making me more eager to work on my self-publishing business. So the brand that I started was related to a problem that I'd faced in my own life, and I was passionate about it, and I didn't see any solution like that on the market at the time. And that's what I did. So I started to think bigger. I read books such as The Magic of Thinking Big, 10X Rule, etc. And I realized that having a big vision, that is something very powerful. So eventually, with time, my publishing business was slowly growing. And with time, I don't remember the exact date, but I was up at $10,000 a month. And at that point, I was asked by someone I know, how much profit is it of that $10,000? And the answer was that it was zero, or it was maybe even negative. So I reinvested everything because I had a bigger vision. I was thinking bigger. A lot of people at that time, they said that at $10,000 a month, that's the limit. When you reach that point, you should look for bigger and better opportunities such as affiliate marketing, etc. But I wanted to stick with publishing because I had already made the mistake of straying before. So I think that is one common challenge for many self-publishers, is that they stray, and I realize why. Not only can it be challenging sometimes, but it can also get a little bit boring. So what I did to solve that is I found new challenges in self-publishing. So for example, building a system. What if I make this into a real business where I have a real team that is dedicated and motivated to work? And at one point I hired my main assistant and I hired her as an employee, for example. So that's one example. And I hired my editor full time. I had her quit her daytime job and I paid her, I matched the salary that she got in her full-time job to come work with me. So that is something I encourage you to think about, is to treat self-publishing seriously and to see it as a real business. And throughout my journey, I've kept learning as one main focus. And what I've done is I've had earplugs in my ear, listening to audiobooks, listening to YouTube videos, listening to them in 2x speed, just consuming a lot of information. I think it was Brian Tracy that said that if you study your field for 1 hour a day, in 5 years you'll be an expert in it, or maybe even in 2 years. In 2 years or in 1 year, you'll know more than 95 or 99% of people. So that is something that I learned early on, to consume a lot of information and from different places so I can see things from a new perspective. Because if you do what everyone else is doing, then I think that is not the most powerful way. Sometimes it's good to get ideas from other places as well. Okay, so what are the lessons that we can draw from this story? I think that one of the lessons is commitment. So, for example, in the beginning, I was committing. There was only an A plan. It was to make money from a business. That was becoming self-reliant. So, but as we can see with my journey, at one point, 6 months into self-publishing, I wasn't committed because I started another business model. So that is something that I learned and I got back to being committed. So that is one key lesson, is to be committed and only have a plan A. At least that is what has worked best for me. And then the second lesson was constantly learning and thinking that, okay, if someone else has solved this problem that I'm facing, then why can't I solve it? What is it that makes them more special than me? If I do what the top publishers do, then Doesn't it make sense that with a long enough time, doesn't it make sense that I will get the similar results? That was how I was thinking. And then also, I was willing to put my ego to the side. So for example, at one point to fund my business, I was taking a job or a freelancing work, something like that, to stand in front of a store and interview people. So that was not something that was very fun. Making cold calls, that's not fun either. And I also studied in university. I took courses related to business and bookkeeping, etc., because I needed money, and that was a way to fund my living expenses while I could reinvest everything into the business. And another lesson is creating a bigger vision, because when we create a bigger vision for our self-publishing, for example, we're pulled towards it. So it doesn't feel like a chore working on it. Even now, I have a big vision with what I'm working on, and that makes it so that I'm pulled every day. I want to work on this project, for example. And that leads me into the next lesson, which is something that Brian Tracy has talked about, which is successful people, they do what they need to do, whether they feel like it or not. And that is something that I've done throughout my journey. There have been times where I don't want to work on the self-publishing business. I don't want to be in front of the computer, and that is something that is constant. It's something that will always be a struggle, but I think there are many different mindset ways or things that you can do to overcome this. So for example, now I've committed to taking cold baths at 4 a.m. in the morning because I have this big project that I'm working on. And it's interesting that every morning the mind, it has the same conversation, which is, we don't need to do this, because you don't want to get into the cold water, 3 degrees Celsius at 4 a.m. in the morning. You don't want to do that. But afterwards, I know that I'm going to feel good. I'm going to feel awake. So what I do in this case is I commit to posting it on Instagram story every morning. Now I'm doing it. I don't know if I will do it forever, but I'm doing it throughout this process. And sometimes I'll be away. I won't be able to take a cold bath, but I can at least continue to get up at 4 a.m. and work on this project. So that is one thing as well. Find different ways. Maybe it is putting yourself a little bit out there and saying, for example, like I said to the person that stood on security on the mortgage, I said, I will pay this, don't worry. And I remember thinking how much shame I would feel, and I was close to having to go back on that and say, hey, I won't be able to make the payment because I didn't have a job. It was only the business that I had at that point, because that was the only allowed method. So that is the power of only having an A plan. And of course, you could argue that it was a little bit of luck as well, but I believe that the harder you work, the luckier you get. So I think that can conclude this video. Hopefully you enjoyed the story. Hopefully you're inspired, and I'm wishing you all the best. Wishing you the best of luck in your own self-publishing business. Hopefully you get to connect one day.
9 years of self-publishing on Amazon KDP, and I'm still going at it. Let's wrap up 2024, talk about having a vision, and how we can make 2025 our best year again with self-publishing. 2 hours ago, I gave away $20,000, and let me tell you the story of how this relates to sticking with publishing. About a month ago, I watched the movie The Sound of Freedom. If you haven't checked it out and you got the stomach for it, I advise you to check it out. But in essence, after watching that movie, I was reflecting and I was thinking about my own life, and I was thinking about the impact that I'm having, and I was comparing it to the star of the movie, which is Tim Ballard. It's based on his real life. And in comparison, I was feeling quite insignificant, because what am I doing in comparison? His saving and his organization has saved, I believe, upwards to 6,000 children, if not over that amount. And I started thinking, okay, what if I change career path? Or what if I do something like this myself? Or how can I be on the ground helping people? Like the adrenaline junkie that I am, I have really seen that is a pattern in my life. I started with freestyle skiing, then I did other stunts, and then I did a little bit of Muay Thai fighting. And yesterday, before going to sleep, I really reflected on the question, well, Peter, if it's about saving a child, then you don't necessarily need to be on the ground and do this yourself. And you might even be in a position where you're able to help
a lot more by just staying where you are, which is doing publishing. So what I did was I started a fundraiser and I donated $20,000, and I shared it in the school post as well, that for anyone that donates over $1,000 or $1,000 or over $1,000, I will do a 30-minute consulting call for free with them. And I will also match any donations up to $100,000. So this brings me back to focusing on the result instead of the process. Because if we're too locked in to how we're going to achieve the result, in this case, let's say it's saving a child, and we think that the only way to do that is by doing it ourselves, then we are missing so many opportunities to get the same outcome. Now, you might argue, and that is what I did, that, okay, maybe it's not about that. Maybe it's something inside me that I want to get fulfillment in terms of adrenaline, or I want to batch in the glory, or whatever it is. And that's another thing. But if I look solely based on the results, then this is the most efficient way forward. So especially if you're seeing results with publishing, this is just one example of the many thoughts that come to me on a monthly basis of, oh, I should do this thing, or what if this is an opportunity that I haven't looked at? And you can imagine 9 years, how many opportunities like that I've seen. And like I said, after 6 months of doing publishing, I started several others. For example, affiliate marketing. I did some drop shipping between eBay and Amazon FBA, etc. And it was completely a waste of time. So if you're getting results with publishing, I would ask myself, okay, how can I still get fulfillment from the path I'm on? Whether that is creative expressions, for example, how can I work with something where I'm more of the creator of what I'm doing? Or how can I have my publishing business fund my passion? So for example, you can build a team, you can systemize it like I've done, and your publishing business doesn't really need to take up that much time. So you can focus on other ventures. And in terms of a business opportunity, I'm not looking anywhere else in terms of business opportunities. Publishing, it's still a thing that I see the most potential in. So if we are doing publishing right, then one book could potentially change one's life. And as an example, let's look at Ian's story and his journey. He's been doing publishing for 1.5 years. He is going to make, I believe, over $40,000 in December. I will ask him for a screenshot and overlay it here on the video. And I also believe Andre, he is going to make over $20,000. He started less than a year ago, and $20,000 in less than a year, in 1 month. That's pretty good. And you take a look at, for example, I heard one woman, she is going to make over $100,000 in a month. And she started also less than a year. Now, of course, these examples are anomalies, but they prove the point that it is an opportunity. And especially with Ian, he started without any knowledge, and yet he is able to do it not with one book, but with several books. And that proves that he has a system. It is his knowledge combined with, of course, taking action that are creating these results. So one thing I believe with Ian that is making him successful is that he is implementing very quickly. Whatever he doesn't wait to make a decision. So for example, though he sent me a reel a couple of months ago, it was something like broke people or something. They talk about people, and then you have the next level, which is people who talk about ideas. That's a little bit better. And then you have the ultimate level, which is people who are acting on those ideas. And I think that's a good point. And he is living true to that when you get an idea, okay, for example, yesterday, I see, okay, I can start a fundraiser on this site. Why not do it? Today, I gave 20,000, and then I posted in the Skool Community. And I thought, okay, how can I incentivize people to join me on this? And hopefully together we can make a difference. So let's wrap up 2024. Let's ask some questions. I'll answer some of the questions. And then if you want, you can pause the video and you can answer these questions yourself. So first, let's begin with the question, what are the 3 biggest achievements I'm proud of this year? So for me, I would say one of them is Driven Publishers. The other one is, of course, the results of Iron. I'm proud of that. And another one is the elite community. I'm really proud of every member who's in there and what we're creating in there. And if you haven't checked it out, I highly advise you to check it out next time it launches. Let's move on to the second question. So what challenges did I face and how did I overcome it? So one challenge I faced was that in March, I thought that my ads weren't performing as well as they could. So I increased the bids for a lot of older books especially. And that made it so that the cost increased a lot, but somehow the sales didn't follow, which makes me believe that maybe there was something with the ads taking the spots in the organic rankings or something like that. I still haven't figured it out yet, but what I did do later on, I believe it was in September or something, I admitted that, okay, we are lacking knowledge on Amazon ads. So let's hire an expert, let's bring him on. He could spend millions of dollars on Amazon FBA. And let's see what he says and what he will do with our ad and if he can bring in results or not. And of course, he brought in results. He brought in a lot of new strategies. And that was, of course, a big win. So some other questions you can pause. What moments brought me the most joy and fulfillment? What milestones did I reach in my own publishing business? Which strategies worked well and which didn't? Got some fireworks here. So this for me was the Amazon ads strategy of increasing the bids for old books. It didn't work that well. Now for new books, I've seen some better results in terms of going heavy on the ads at the start. But for older books, I'm more a fan of maybe starting an auto ad at a low bid, etc. So some other questions you can ask yourself for the year is, for example, what new skills or knowledge did I gain throughout the year? And what did my health habits look like? And what relationships did I develop, etc.? And reflect on every area of your life. That says this is a publishing business channel that's focused primarily on publishing related questions. Now, after that, I would then transition into reflecting on my vision. So here, I would answer questions such as, what does my ideal day look like? What does my ideal publishing business look like? How much money am I making on a daily basis? And how much of that is profit, etc. And I would define anything from the types of books I'm publishing to the type of work I'm doing. Am I doing more team building? Am I working more in the publishing business? Or am I the one writing the books, etc., etc.?
In today's video, I will imagine that you, the viewer, are a previous version of myself and that I'm guiding myself along the journey to 7 figures. Because I believe that one thing that would really fire me up is to be at least the spark of someone achieving 7 figures with self-publishing. And hopefully I'm able to be the guiding light for many of you to reach at least 6 figures, and hopefully at least 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 that reach 7 figures. So in today's video, I want to speak about what I believe is the biggest asset in self-publishing, and I want to begin this video with a story. So when I was 16 years old, I was living with my grandma because I was going to school and I was working in town, and it was very convenient for me to live there, and I also appreciated living with my grandma a lot. And she taught me a lot of things and instilled a lot of values in me, which I didn't realize at the time, but looking back I can see the impact that she had on the way I see things and the way I operate. And probably she has impacted not just me but the people around me as well. And I remember seeing her, for example, she was very disciplined. She would get up the same time, go to bed at the same time. She would make her bed, She would go to church every Sunday, and she won the Swedish championship in hurdles when she was younger. And she always had a positive outlook on life. I don't ever think I heard her complain about anything. So we had great moments. For example, when I came home from work, there I was working in the call center late in the evenings. And when I came home, she would usually drink coffee late at night. So she would tell stories, or rather I would ask for stories, because I realized that she has a lot of interesting stories about the past, about my ancestry, that I might not be able to get access to if I don't ask her. And I remember her telling a story about her dad, and how her dad had gone from being a railway track worker to eventually owning real estate and having that be the way that he supported himself. And I remember asking her, how did he do it? And her answer was that he was an autodidact. And I remember asking her again, what does that mean? Autodidact. It's very similar in Sweden, it's autodidact. And she replied that it's a self-taught person. And that dropped a seed in me. I didn't think much more of it, but I realized that story has very much impacted me. And as I progressed in my journey, I picked up more things related to this idea of being self-educated and self-education. For example, I heard Jim Rohn say that formal education will make you a living, while self-education will make you a fortune. So that got stuck in my mind. And then I heard Warren Buffett, him saying the best investment you can make is in yourself. And he's the richest man at the time, or in 2008, I think it was the richest man. I think he might even be the richest man if he wasn't also almost the biggest, if not the biggest philanthropist. So I think that if he didn't give away his shares or that money, I think he'd be the richest man alive. But that's besides the point. So I had all these ideas, and of course there were videos on YouTube as well that were taking an extreme stance, and I made sure to listen to all those videos. For example, there were clickbait videos such as formal education is a scam. Now, I don't go that extreme. I don't believe that it's a complete scam. For example, being a lawyer, being a doctor, being something like an engineer, I believe that it has its value. But I really believe in self-education, and I believe that that is something, especially as an entrepreneur. For example, if we take a look at some of the most successful entrepreneurs, we take a look at Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Richard Branson. These people, they don't have a degree. And you can even say that certain writers, for example, Mark Twain, he didn't have a formal education. I think Charles Dickens, he had very little formal education, if any. And there are so many examples of people who have proven that you can succeed without a formal education. And I heard somewhere, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the formal education is decreasing every year, while online education is increasing by something like 20% per year. So people are realizing that I don't need to go through years in university and rack up a lot of debt, maybe even $100,000 in debt in some cases. I don't need to go through that to make money. And I think that's especially true with entrepreneurship. For example, at one point I studied a business course in university at a distance. So I was using that as a way to fund my business journey so I could keep reinvesting in the business. And I remember reading this book, and it said something like, we don't know if strategies are effective. And I remember writing in that essay that I believe this is completely false. Of course, strategies work. If you do a certain thing, that will lead to a certain outcome. And I remember the teacher of the class, he didn't give me any bad grades or anything because I criticized that idea in the book by these experts. That's the thing. You can listen to me. For example, I'm a self-made millionaire in self-publishing. No, I don't have $1 million personally to my name, because when you have money, you realize that you want to place them in assets, and that's how you want to have your money, because if you have everything in a bank account, then that's no good. Inflation will eat it up. So, but I've done this in self-publishing. I've become a self-made millionaire through self-publishing, not through teaching self-publishing, but through actually doing self-publishing. And if you're watching this video, most likely you're into self-publishing. So you have access to this, and I can only imagine all the different fields, but I don't think it's very common that people who get real life results like this, they become a self-made millionaire through a certain method, for example, that they all of a sudden decide that, okay, I'm going to switch now. I will become a professor. I will make $40,000 a year, and I will teach. There are probably some examples of that. Probably people are doing it because they want to work with young people, or they want to aspire. They think they can make a difference. But I think those cases are very few and far between. But in terms of the opportunity for learning, it's amazing. If we think about it, we can access self-made millionaires. We can access billionaires even. There are many billionaires creating YouTube channels now. We can access the best formal education as well. We can access top Harvard professors, and we can listen to their lectures from the comfort of our own home. So I would tell myself that you don't need someone else's stamp of approval to start to make money. You don't need a title to start a business, or to make it in self-publishing, or whatever your pursuit is. So I'm thinking back at my great-grandpa, and I'm thinking, where would he be if he had the opportunities that I have access to now? I think he would probably be very, very far ahead, because if I think about it, this was the late 19th century. So there was no book like Rich Dad, Poor Dad during that time. So he really did something that is quite extraordinary in my opinion, because back in the days, the rich people, they kept their knowledge. You couldn't access certain information, but now the information is out there. You can gather the knowledge, both through learning, so doing what you're doing now, watching videos, and practically. So let's go in a little bit more practically. Okay, we know the importance of self-education. How do we put it into practice? So one quote that I like is, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. So it's by Abraham Lincoln. And I believe that quote tells us the importance of learning before we pursue something. So for example, if you're writing a book, which I think many people have done, including myself, but you haven't checked first, for example, if the niche is good, or maybe you've already created a title or an angle. In most cases, I think looking back at it, if you were to spend a little bit more time in the beginning learning, okay, this is what makes a good niche, this is what makes a great title, this is how I can create a great book cover, etc. If you spend a little bit of time before you start learning those different things, then I believe that the results will show. So instead of spending 20 hours writing the book, you spend 5 hours learning before you start the endeavor. And yes, it will cost you, let's say, 5 more hours. It will take 25 hours instead of 20 hours. But the foundation that you have will make it so that you're more likely to get higher results. So throughout my journey, in the beginning, it was listening to different kind of videos like this. And in the beginning, it's simple strategies that you discover. For example, I can turn my book into an audiobook and I can get an extra income stream. Or I can run Amazon ads and I can turn $1 into $2. And if I do that and I scale that, I can turn $100 into $200 and possibly $1,000 into $2,000. So it's almost like I'm printing money. And then it might be that you discover, oh, I can publish the book on this platform. And then eventually it evolves and it becomes, okay, if I use this strategy for Amazon ads, I can make more money. Or if I publish the book like this, or maybe there's a new course. For example, a couple of years ago, there was a course about a different platform that you could use, that you can publish on. Or maybe you improve by, for example, learning about copywriting, and maybe there's no good source on copywriting for self-publishing specifically. So you learn from another source that is on a very high level, for example, or you combine different general business principles and you apply that to your field, what you're doing right now. So the more information around your field that you gather, the more ideas and insights and strategies you will find. And self-publishing, it has so many different aspects. For example, we have the design part. We have cover design, we have A+. So design in and of itself, even if we don't design ourselves, then it is valuable to learn what makes a great design. For example, color combinations, or different font styles, or the image that we choose to include. And when it comes to description and also A+ content, then copywriting becomes important, and also the title. And then the manuscript itself. What makes a great book? What makes a great manuscript? What makes a great low content book or medium content book, etc. There are always improvements that can be made, and publishing is constantly progressing and improving. The books that were published in 2015, you can't compare them to the books that are published now. The quality is way higher, and we have so many more tools and resources and access to information and education that allows us to produce at a much higher level. So practically speaking, I believe that watching YouTube videos, I think YouTube, it's the best free education that you can get. Like I mentioned, you have so many great people in different fields who are publishing videos on YouTube. Now, if you're on the side where you have less time, you have more money than you have time, then paying for information is usually the best route. So for example, this year alone, I paid 7,000, something like that, to be part of a mastermind, 7,000 pounds or something. And then it was 3,000 pounds for a course and access to one person, being able to speak to him. And then I'm part of another mastermind. And I probably bought a lot of other stuff as well during the year. So I live like I preach. I do invest a lot in myself. For example, at one point, I spent thousands of dollars working with a copywriter called Jim Edwards. And I listened to everything that he had to say, the feedback he gave me, etc., as we were working on the project. So I have lived like this, and I really believe in the power of self-education. And I think that one thing that has greatly benefited me is that I'm very open-minded, meaning that if someone has the results that I want in whatever arena it is, or I can see that this person, what he or she is saying is true, then it doesn't matter if that person has different political views. It doesn't matter if I resonate with the person. It doesn't matter if I like the person. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is if it's true, and if it's logical, and if it's something that can be beneficial. Let's take an extreme example. An enemy might accidentally do something that's beneficial for you. For example, expose a flaw in your plan, or something like that. But if a friend unintentionally pours even a little bit of poison in your coffee, then you're done. So it doesn't matter if you like the person, don't like the person. None of that matters if it's true. And that's how I see it. And I believe that that can give us a lot of power if we're willing to overcome that human fear. I believe it is a fear because we used to live in tribes. So anything that is outside the tribe's way of thinking, that could be dangerous. So it does require deliberate effort to have this kind of thinking. I sincerely hope that you've sped up this video by 1.5 or 2x speed, because I am doing this video rather unscripted. So that is one tip I have for you when you're learning, when you're consuming information. See if you can speed up the video, because then you're able to get more information quicker. Another idea that I heard, I do not remember the source, but it was something like, it's better to go to the top right away than to try to climb. So for example, imagine working in a corporate environment and you have to follow certain rules, and you might have a boss who is, in a worst case, insecure. So he will unconsciously, he will hold you back and he won't teach you everything that you want to know. And I believe that in those cases, for example, with entrepreneurship, starting a business, you're going to the top right away. You don't need to answer to someone. Yes, we do need to, of course, follow the rules from the platforms that we publish on. But besides that, we are the determining factor. We are the one that is in control. If we don't work, then we're probably not going to see results. But if we work, and depending on what we work on, what we choose to work on, we will see results. So that is, in my mind, very empowering. So let's end this video. It's been long enough with a quote from Brian Tracy. He says that if you study your field for 1 hour per day, then within 3 years, you'll be at the top of your field. And within 5 years, you'll be a national authority. And within 7 years, you will be one of the best people in the world at what you do.
I'm about to enter my 10th year on Amazon KDP, and in this video, I'll share how I plan for it, so you can copy my strategic planning process and make 2025 your best year yet. A goal without a plan is just a wish, but a bad plan is just a roadmap to frustration. Taking the wrong types of action can waste money, time, and energy, which is why we want to be so picky about our plans. And as Peter Drucker said, there's nothing as useless as doing efficiently that which need not be done at all. The $1 million question I'm asking myself now is, how can I make failure impossible simply by the actions I take? So the actions we take on a daily basis will either move us closer to where we want to go or further away from it. The first step I'm going through right now is I'm revisiting my vision, and then I'm setting SMART goals based on that vision. So SMART goals, they stand for specific, measurable, attainable, or achievable, and then relevant and time-bound. So these goals are meant to move us closer towards our ultimate vision. And right now, I'm reading a book called The 12-Week Year, and that book is about planning your goals in a 12-week period instead of over the entire year. And the premise is that when you plan the goals over an entire year, you're not getting the same amount of urgency, which is why you see many people towards the end of the year, they push extra because previously they've taken it a little bit easy. But when you create in a 12-week period, you can see, okay, these are the actions I take on a week-to-week basis, and there isn't as much changing as it is over a 1-year period as well. So the best actions to take will differ depending on the stage we're at. For example, for me recently, towards the end of the year, especially with Christmas approaching, I realized that optimizing my Amazon ads was the most powerful lever I could pull in order to make the results for 2024 the best they could be. The question I'm asking myself currently is, how can I make best use of what I've already built? So in other words, how can I leverage the assets that I already have? And This could be everything from technology to connections to the brand to audience, etc. And this is why I'm such a huge proponent of sticking to something over the long run, because the relationships we build, the skills we build, if we're starting over from scratch with something new, for example, we're changing business model, then we're competing against those who have reached, let's say, level 100 at this new thing that we're starting. And as Einstein said, compounding is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it, earns it, and he who doesn't, pays it. But here's one thing that can keep us from sticking with things in the long run. And this is something that is covered in the 12-week year. And that is when we're setting a goal or when we're starting something, we are usually walking through specific predictable phases. And the phase number one is called uninformed optimism, which is when we are so excited about this opportunity and we see everything that can be. And this is very normal in the beginning, but eventually we reach the next stage, which is when we discover that, okay, this wasn't as easy as I thought. There are some unexpected challenges. And this next stage is called informed pessimism. And if we keep going, then eventually we might reach even more challenges and we realize that hard work might be required. And this next stage is called the valley of despair. But if we can push through the valley of despair, then we usually reach a breakthrough. And that breakthrough is when we are now informed optimists, which is a stage where we realize that we can make progress and we can overcome these challenges. And we now have a solid understanding of what it takes to succeed. And then if we continue, then we reach success and fulfillment. And this is when we start to achieve the goals that we initially set. So knowing that these are the stages that we normally go through when we start something can make it so that we continue. Because I didn't know about these stages when I started, which is why I fell into the trap. After 6 months of publishing, I switched business model after I reached a challenge. I reached the valley of despair. But then eventually, when I got back to publishing, I was now an informed optimist again, because I saw that even though if there are challenges, if there are other publishers who are solving these challenges and people are still buying books, then that means that there are still publishers making money from those books. So all I have to do is adapt. And if I keep adapting, if I keep course correcting, then I will succeed as well. I can't tell you exactly what actions you should take at the stage you're in, but I can go through some of the stages that I've been through and the actions I've taken. And then I will also share the stage I'm in currently and what I'm planning on doing moving into 2025. So first, we have the stage when I was broke, when I didn't have resources, I didn't have a brand, etc. Then niche research was one of the most important things I could do, because choosing the right niche will allow us to leverage the Amazon traffic that is already there, because people are searching for example, these keywords, etc. And then it's book creation, and then eventually it's presenting the book in a great way and marketing the book. This is the 3-step process that publishers are still going through years into publishing. But eventually you might realize that you're not getting the results you want, and then it's time to ask why. And I think you can agree that no one starts out as a perfect publisher. At least I haven't seen one. Sure, I made $500 the first month, $200 the second month. So you might say, oh, that's great. But what happened after that? I kept publishing. I thought that everything I touched turns to gold, and I got overconfident. And I published a lot of books after that barely made any money, which proves the point that I didn't know what I was doing, even though I thought that I knew. So what I did was I started developing myself as a publisher. And of course, I revisited the successes that I had with my first 2 books. And I realized that the reason they succeeded was because of the niche that I selected. So I was much more careful in the next books that I published. Now, another thing is that you might have created profitable books, but you might reach a ceiling, and that could be because you're not fully leveraging the compound effect. And that could be, for example, that you don't have a series built up, or maybe you can do more in terms of building a brand and you can get the compound effect that way. So we want to figure out what is our bottleneck, what is stopping us from growing, because if we can create profitable books, then what is stopping us from growing? And perhaps it's a system, perhaps it's more talented people, or perhaps there is something that we need to get better at, whether that is building a brand or improving as a publisher. But wherever we are in the process, we will need to be aware of our biggest enemy, which is ourselves. So I'll share a little secret. I actually started the YouTube channel about 8 years ago, where I was talking about self-publishing, and I was going to share my journey and the things I learned, etc. But even though I got great results, people were giving positive feedback, it even got a little bit of traction. It wasn't at all like the numbers you see today on self-publishing channels, but it was still good for being back then and for just posting a few videos. But I felt like an imposter, so I eventually quit. And that is something that I regret today, because if had I continued, I would not only have helped a lot of other people probably, but I would also have developed as a publisher myself a lot more. So knowing this, now that I started this journey of posting videos again, I decided to make a commitment, and I decided to publish 100 videos regardless of how I feel, regardless of how my self-talk is, or any limiting beliefs I have about myself or what I'm doing, etc. So that is one advice I would give, is to look at your past failures, look at when you have quit previously, and see what patterns, what caused you to quit. What caused me to stop publishing after 6 months? Or why did I not continue? Was it because I didn't see the results quick enough? And then you might need to shift, okay, instead of focusing on outside results, because sometimes, especially in publishing, when we're creating a book, we're not seeing any results, and then perhaps we publish a book and we're not seeing results. It might require a couple of books until we start to see results. So being too obsessed with the outside results in the beginning, especially the first year, that's not the best strategy. So if I were to start over and I would be a complete beginner, I would commit to doing publishing. I would commit to publishing a certain amount of books, and I wouldn't even be allowed to consider whether to quit or not. Not until I have finished 1 year at least. So that is one of the best advice I could give to anyone who has decided that publishing works or publishing is something that they want to do. Commit for 1 year, and then you make an assessment. Just like I'm doing right now, I've committed to 100 videos. Then I can make an assessment whether or not to continue. Another thing that has helped me is to write down the best version of myself. And I would look at how this person would act, and I would write down, okay, he has these qualities and he acts in this certain way and he does these certain things, etc. And then when you have everything, you have the vision, you have the goals, you have the action plans, you have the best version of yourself. Then whenever you feel low on motivation or you feel burned out, then you revisit that and you look at your plan, and then you simply decide, okay, if I simply do what is on the plan today, then I'm successful. Because success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. So that means that we are successful even though we don't have the outside results yet, as long as we're sticking to the plan, as long as we're getting closer. So for example, you can see the path I'm walking on right now. I can choose to walk out here, but if I know that my goal is right there, then I just need to step by step make progress on that path. And as long as I'm doing that, I'm successful. So take the emotions out of it, take the self-talks, take the limiting beliefs out of the equation, and simply focus on the action steps that you take. And then if you do that over a long enough time horizon, and you do that in combination with analyzing, because that is one thing that I've done, which is a mistake. I've kept my head down and I kept going, and I didn't realize that, hey, you're walking a little bit outside of the road. Maybe you should course correct, get back on the road. Why are you publishing those types of books when you're seeing much better results publishing another type of book? So for me, moving into 2025, I told you I would share what I'm planning on doing now. And that is to see, okay, how can I leverage what I've already built? Because I have so much data. I have so much data when it comes to running Amazon ads, when it comes to publishing books. And I can see clearly what is the 20% that is bringing 80% of the results. And how can I leverage everything that I've already built? So if I have an email list of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and of course, I want to make use of that. And also, if I have social media, how can I post so that my social media posts, for example, if I'm posting YouTube videos, how can those have a bigger impact? And also the books, how can I make them even better? What small tweaks can I make that will increase the conversion rate? Meaning that if people are visiting my product page for my book, how can I increase it so that more people buy? Because if more people buy, it sends a signal to Amazon that this book is popular, it's making money, it's making us money because Amazon wants to make money. And maybe it also leads to new signups for Kindle Unlimited or new Amazon customers, especially if you're driving traffic. So there might be different factors that Amazon likes about the book. So all these small tweaks, they might seem insignificant in the moment, but they can really add up and over a long enough time horizon can make a huge difference. And I'm also looking into where can I fill gaps in the market, because that usually pays well. So instead of doing what everyone else is doing, we want to ideally figure out how can we fill a gap in the market? How can we complement the market instead of competing? Now, another part of my vision is also being more of an advisor and having a bigger impact. And I believe that if I could have people publish books like I publish books, or if I can transfer what I've learned through these 9 years of publishing, then I would be more useful. And that is why I'm making these videos and doing what I'm doing, because I have already made some great connections, and I do see how this can lead to something bigger and me having a bigger impact. And that is one part of my vision. And you don't always know. For example, now I don't know exactly how I will get to this vision of being more of an advisor, helping people with publishing and having a bigger impact that way. But I know that I can take certain steps that will move me closer to it. And that's all we need to do. Sometimes we simply need to set a direction. We need to have faith that what I'm doing today will lead me to a better future, because that is one thing about entrepreneurship. There's no guarantee. Like when you get a job, you know that you will have your salary as long as you show up from 9 to 5. You get your salary at the end of the month. There's nothing like that with entrepreneurship. You need to have belief that what you're doing is a worthy cause and it's a winnable fight. And if you keep going and you keep course correcting and you keep taking the right type of action, then you will succeed. And remember that you don't need to do this alone. For example, I have a free community on Skool. I also have another community in the making. So, of course, if you can get outside feedback, then that can be very powerful as well. And it can be one way to improve even faster, because sometimes we don't know what we don't know. So to summarize, this is what I would do. I'd create a vision, and then I'd make goals based on that vision, and then I'd make an action plan. And I also want to make these goals and action plans, I want to make them measurable. So for example, yes, I would like to have an income goal. For example, I always set goals, especially in the beginning, the first couple of years, I set goals for every month. So for example, in the beginning, maybe it was make $100 in April. Then in May, I want to make 150. And then in June, I want to make 250, etc. So you make a progressive realization of your goal, and it won't be following perfectly. For example, sometimes it will be below, but then all of a sudden, especially maybe around Christmas, it might go over your initial goal. So that is one thing I would do, but also set progress goals, meaning that I would set a goal on X number of books to publish or X number of books to translate, etc. And then also on the actions that we take, I would look into how can I break it down? So how can I break it down in monthly, but also weekly, and then daily? So for example, currently I'm building a translation team for certain languages, and I'm taking what I have included in the program so people can just copy and paste. And I said, okay, I will simply follow what I've created here. And on day one, I will post a job post. And then on day two, I will simply look through the applications and I will send the first message, send the first milestone. And then on day three, I will do another thing, etc. So when you break it down like that, even what seems like or feel like a big task, such as creating a book, if you break it down into small, manageable steps like that, you can make progress, and you will make progress as long as you wake up and you do it. And that is why I'm a big fan of always starting with the toughest task first, which is eating the frog, as Brian Tracy said. And then, of course, we want to course correct and make sure that we're following the right path. And throughout the process, keep learning, keep improving. It's a fun process. And remember, success doesn't care about our limiting belief. It doesn't care about our negative self-talk. It doesn't care about our feelings. It just cares about whether or not we showed up.
In this video, I want to talk about 8 things that I wish I knew before I scaled to 7 figures with self-publishing. And if I had known these 8 things, then I would have avoided a lot of pain. And that is what I try to do in these videos. I try to make it so that you don't have to go through the same painful experiences that I've been through. There's no point in you suffering unnecessarily. But without further ado, let's get into the video. So number 1 thing I wish I would have done before I started scaling my publishing business is to analyze properly and ensure that the books I am publishing are profitable. So, for example, I was way too fast. I was publishing in such a rapid speed that I wasn't aware that certain books were producing more than other books. So the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule, 80% of the results comes from 20% of the input or actions. So in this case, we can say that 20% of the books are producing 80% of the results. And if I were to go back, I would look at that. I would see, okay, these types of books, they are the ones producing the most amount of money. Let's focus on those books. And you can also flip this around and say, which are the 20% of books that are leading to, for example, 80% of the problems, or they're taking 80% of the effort, time, and resources. And especially if those books are not in the top 20% of results, then there's no point in continuing to publish in those niches, for example, or doing those types of books. So that is what I would tell myself first and foremost, is to analyze, is to see, look at your own data and see, where do I get the most results and can I do more of that? So number 2 thing I wish I would have known or thought about is to make sure that I have more of a solid foundation before I scale. And the foundation, that means everything from the book itself, but also the marketing. And it expands even further into, for example, the team that we're working with. So all of these are foundational pieces. Yes, I do believe I've published quality books. And if I look back, for example, in 2016, I've unpublished many of the books I published because I believe that they don't hold to the current standard, for example. So that's always something that you can do. You can unpublish older books if you find that they are not to the standard that you want, for example. But one thing I think is worth thinking about today is that AI can write well. It can produce great information. Now, from my point of view and my experience, AI is not producing super solid work from what I've seen. So for example, I am using AI sometimes to clean up my writing. Now this is more of an unscripted video, so for example, my English will not be 100% perfect, but if I do more of a teaching video where it's very much like I'm almost reading of a script, then yes, you can use AI tools such as Grammarly, etc. to help you to clean up the writing. And the thing I'm noticing with AI, for example, is that it tends to exaggerate. So if I say something is good, it will make it great or remarkable. If I say something is important, it will make it crucial. And it will also use, if you're not directing it properly, it will use these complex words unnecessarily. But I do believe that AI, in many cases, even though sometimes it does produce inaccuracies based on what I've seen, but it can provide very solid work, especially from the surface. So for example, if I ask it to write something about self-publishing, it will probably make sense for a complete beginner, and it will even be useful. But from a more advanced perspective, I am able to see that, okay, this is not very practical and it's not very valuable, certain things at least. So that is what I believe is an advantage that we have over AI, is that we are able to use our human intelligence, and we can still use AI as a tool, but AI definitely, in my opinion, needs to be directed properly. And if it's not directed properly, it will not produce the great work that it can. So going back to the quality, going back to AI, think about that. Think that it's not worth it to publish mediocre books anymore. We need to, and probably that was never worth it, but we need to make sure that the books we publish are of better quality than what someone can generate with a click using AI. And the way we do that is we put ourselves in the mind of the target reader, and we think about what are their problems and how can we solve them. Okay, moving on. Number 3 thing that I wish I would have done differently is to hire A players. So like I said, a solid foundation. That is also the team that you have. So I have been working with people back in, let's say, I think it was up to 2022 even. I worked with certain people who were just good enough. And those are the hardest people to stop working with, because they are that. They're good enough. But I believe that you want A players on your team. So for example, in my own journey, I had one person who would say that I will do this today. And when tomorrow comes around, he hasn't done the task. And I wasn't the only one who experienced this. My team also experienced this. So it created frustration. But sometimes he would keep his promises, and he would do work, and I was thinking that, okay, but he does these other tasks as well. It's good. I mean, everything is functioning. So it's not crucial, but it was definitely frustrating. And I believe that his problem was that he was checking the messages on his phone. So I told him to not answer the messages on his phone unless you have your calendar ready so you're able to write down the task, or that you are able to work on the task right away. So that's just one example of a person I was working with way too long. It should have been one time, and then if it happens again, it's done. And the second person, it was someone who was always on time, but there were often mistakes. So for example, this person was working with formatting, and there would be this issue that we saw with the formatting. We'd give feedback, and we might see a slight improvement, but we didn't see a full improvement. So we have to keep repeating to make this improvement in future manuscript, in future formatting. And that is something that is very tiring, not just for you as a publisher, but also if you have a manager, it's tiring for them. And there was also, she was very good at following step-by-step procedures, but when something changed in the processes, it was like she was a little bit acting like a robot, in the sense that I will keep doing this even though it doesn't make sense anymore. And I believe that that is something that you want in your team. You want them to be able to think for themselves, and at the minimum they should tell you when something doesn't make sense. So that is something I would tell myself. It would make things a lot easier if you focus on hiring A players instead of C players, for example. And you might also find that one A player or one superstar can produce like 5 or even 10 C players. So getting that one person, that can really have an impact in your business over the long run, and especially as you start scaling. You want these kind of A players, these superstars. And the fourth thing I wish I would have known is to trust but verify. And what I mean with that is that there have been moments, for example, as I was preparing for a Muay Thai fight, where I was less focused on the publishing business, and I was putting a lot of trust in my team to handle the operations. And on the surface, everything seemed to be working just fine. But when I came back after that period and I got more focused, more involved again, I could see that there were these things or these mistakes that were obvious to me were missed. They weren't obvious for my team. For example, I had one moment where a person had completely forgot a certain step in the process. And I believe that it might be tough when you go through things like that as a publisher. But what you need to realize is that people will not care about your business like you care about your business. For you, it's your baby. It's what you're, I mean, of course, why it's the best thing in the world. But it's not the same for everyone. So you can't expect everyone to care the same way you do. But what you can do is to have high standards and put systems in place. And that leads me to point number 5, which is to have checklists. So make a checklist, not just for yourself, but also for your team, so they know what is acceptable and not. And then when your team member, for example, doesn't deliver work that is in accordance with the checklist, then you know that that person did not go through the checklist. And you might allow that one time, but especially if the same mistake happens again, then I would say that that is an offense that is worth removing the person from that task or from the team completely, because then they do not respect or they do not follow the basic rule or principle that you put in place, which is to follow the checklist. So can you imagine a pilot, let's say he's flying and the wing falls off, and then the pilot comes out and he says, well, I'm sorry, I missed checking the checklist before I took off. No, that would be completely unacceptable. You'd be furious. So do have high standards for your team and have them follow checklists and create standard operating procedures so that if you need to replace someone, you can do it quickly. So number 6 is scale quality over quantity. And this is a little bit related to the previous point where we talked a lot about AI. And it is the fact that if you're able to generate 10 times the amount of money from one book, then I believe that that can be very beneficial, because that means that you haven't probably invested as much as you would invest in making 10 books. And yes, you will most likely have spent more money in creating the book than one out of those 10 books, and probably you've spent more in the marketing as well. But overall, you would have spent way less than those 10 books. So see if there are ways that you can turn your books into heavy hitters, because if you're scaling in terms of quality, then I think that it will be more fun and it will also be more solid. And the quality, it's everything from the book, the marketing, to the team. I've already discussed this, so I'll not go in further into this on this point. Let's move on to number 7. And number 7 is ensuring that you have a system for risk management in place. And what that means is that you're doing the proper trademark checks. You are checking for copyright, for example, for images. You're also having checks for plagiarism, for AI, etc. And you're ensuring that if you have a team member who is doing that it's a part of their checklist, so it's unavoidable. They cannot miss it. And if it's really crucial, then you might even want 2 different people to check it. It depends on how much you trust the person, but hopefully if you follow the previous steps, then you found someone that you can rely on. So for example, in my own journey, luckily I never published this book, but I've hired a writer, and then all of a sudden I see that an image is included that is not copyright free. And then I start thinking, okay, why did this occur? It was in the first job offer, I think, but that's not enough. It's worth it to put these things in a checklist, like I mentioned, or to have this information in the guidelines. So the writer, they know they will not include any images that are not royalty free, for example. Let's go over number 8, which is to look for opportunities for compounding. And what this means is that look for opportunities, for example, with your books, and see if there's ways that the success of one book can feed into the success of another book that you published. So that is, for example, by building a series. And if you want to take it to the next level, then it's building a brand. And I covered this in the video Scaling Beyond $10,000 per month. It was published not too long ago. And in that video, I gave the example of the lighthouse publisher versus the individual books that are lighting. So for example, if you have individual winners, then if they are not related to each other, then it doesn't matter if one book takes off, it will not help the other books because they are not related in any way. But if you have a series of books or you have a brand, then if one book takes off, then that will most likely lead to more sales for your other books, especially if you've set it up so you have a series and maybe you're mentioning the other book at the end of that successful book, for example. So that is one thing to look out for. But compounding, it can also be set up in other ways so that you are not just benefiting in terms of direct money, but you're also benefiting in terms of the experience. And in the long run, the experience and the knowledge that you and your team build up, that can be very, very valuable. So what this could entail is setting up a feedback system where you are learning from the customers, for example, and your team is learning from the customers, and you are continuously getting better, and the books are continuously getting better. For example, if you're working with a writer for several years, then that writer will most likely be a lot better at writing the books in your topic than in year 1. So their skills will develop and your skills as a publisher will develop. And if you want to learn more about this, I advise you to read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins. And the concept that he mentions there is called the flywheel effect. Hopefully you found this video helpful. And if you did, hit the like button. I sincerely hope that you take these lessons to heart, because if you do and you apply them, then you can avoid a lot of the painful mistakes and heartache and high blood pressure, etc. that I had to go through in my own journey to scaling to 7 figures.
I will share a concept that has really helped me, and you might say 7 figures, that's not so much. There are people that have made 8 figures, but I believe I've done something quite unique in terms of making 7 figures in publishing. So I believe that this is a video worth watching, and the concept that I will discuss is something that can truly help you to overcome challenges and make a difference in your journey, whatever it is, if it's publishing or if it's another business model or anything else. So this week, it's something about it. I have been having these occurrences. So for example, where I have to re-record a video
has continued to happen over and over again. And I will tell you how this started. So 2 days ago, I recorded a video for my Skool Community, and it's a very important video. So I did 48 minutes the first try, and then I realized that it was lagging because the computer got overheated and the external cooler broke. So what did I do? I changed and I used another computer, and that computer didn't record according to the settings of the other computer. So I did it a third time, and then I realized that the mouse setting was set too small. Like, you couldn't see where I was clicking, and that was not good because it's a video where you need to see where I'm clicking. But I thought that, okay, maybe the video editor can fix this. So I messaged him and told him to aim to finish this because I don't want to make this video again. It took 40 minutes to make. But then I ate dinner and I thought about everything that I still had left to do on that day. And despite that, I went down and I recorded it a fourth time. And that fourth time, it was good to go. So that is an example of this week. And another example, yesterday, I was working on the descriptions. And as I was working on the descriptions, I realized that there was one thing that I wanted to double check in the manuscript. And when I did the double checking, I realized that it wasn't written in the way I would have expected for the target audience. And if you know about me, I have an editor that goes through the books, which I believe is very talented and has a lot of skills. But this one, I think, slipped through. I started to investigate further, and I found that it had the issue which I'm so much against, because in my opinion, a book is supposed to be a one-stop solution, a packaged solution to a problem. And I don't ever want the readers to feel like they have to look up more information, so that the book is telling them, for example, you need to look up this information. And this book wasn't doing that, but it was giving more questions to the readers. So it wasn't specific enough. Let's say it talked about big, and it was an instruction. And what is big? That's the question. For some people, big will be something, and for other people, big will be something else. It's just like when you're telling a person, I will come soon. It depends on the context. It depends on who the person is. For example, for some people, soon, that will be 30 minutes. For another person, it will be 5 minutes. And if you talk to someone on the other side of the world, soon might be next winter or next summer. And if you're talking to your neighbor, soon might mean in 10 minutes. So it all depends on the context and the person. I knew that the readers, they would get more questions, and that would create frustration in them. And that is not something that I want to give the reader, because I know that they will channel that frustration towards the book, and they will most likely, at least some of them, will end up leaving negative reviews. And that is one consequence of letting that thing go, which is what I decided not to do. Even though for a small moment I was about to just upload the description and say that, okay, enough. Like it's gone through the editor, it's gone through the writer, and it must be good enough. However, something inside me told me that this is not the right choice to make. So I did the hard thing. Even though I had more things to do that day, I decided to stop and take 2 hours to write long emails to everyone involved in the process, everything from the guideline creator to the writer to the editor. And I told them what I was seeing. And I provided examples of how I think it should look instead of how it looked currently. Because yes, the first consequence, it is that it will get bad reviews. But what is the second consequence? Let me first explain what first and second order consequences is. So for example, if you buy a TV, then the first order consequence is that that TV costs money. But the second order consequence is that because you have invested something in the TV, you will now feel that you need to watch the TV. And what does watching the TV do? It might make it so that you're, instead of using that time towards reading or working on your business or making progress on your goals, you're using that to watch the TV. So that is an example of a second order consequence. And in this case, letting that thing go, that thing that I was seeing, which to some people might be considered a small thing, but to me, I saw that this might be something that could occur in other books. And that's why I realized that I need to deal with this now, because the second order consequences of letting this go is that if the writer did this on purpose because he or she wanted to get done with the work quickly, then they might feel that they can get away with this, and they might do it in the future as well. And let's say it wasn't the case, that the writer didn't do it because he or she wanted to get done or wanted to take some sort of shortcut. Maybe it was just the fact that the writer wasn't aware how important this is. So either way, it's my job as a publisher to make sure that I give the writer the feedback necessary in order to make improvements for not just this book, but also future books. So throughout your life and throughout my life, I've had these moments where I can choose to take the easy road. I can choose to go with the video version that is just good enough, or I can choose to make another version which contains all the information and all the components that I want. And it's in those small moments, I believe, that the difference between success and failure is made. So success and failure, it's in those small moments where you choose to read those 10 pages every day. It's those moments where you choose to stop and actually do the hard work, even though you want to move on to the next work. And it's those moments where you choose to have an uncomfortable conversation, even though you'd rather do something else. So that is what this video is about. It's about finding those decisive moments and making the right call. And I made a video on the speed of implementation. And you might say that this is the opposite of speed of implementation, because speed of implementation, that's all about acting quickly and getting things done quickly and not trying to be perfect all the time and not getting stuck in paralysis by analysis, etc. And I believe that there's a dichotomy. Just like there's a dichotomy with leadership, sometimes you need to be harsh, sometimes you need to be a little bit more forgiving. There's a dichotomy with a lot of things. And I think that the dichotomy between this acting quickly and not getting stuck in perfection, and this stopping and making sure that something is to the best it can be, I think the key is finding out, is this thing crucial? And when it's not crucial, then you can move quickly. But when it is crucial, then I believe that taking the time to sharpen the axe, I'm not sure exactly who, maybe someone in the comment can tell me who it was that said it, but there was someone who said that if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend the first 6 hours sharpening the axe. So sometimes we want to stop and we want to make sure that we're on the right course and that we've done the right analysis and that we've really made sure that we're on the right path, because a little bit of deviation from the set out target, if you, for example, imagine that you're driving an airplane, then if you just stare 1 millimeter to the left, for example, then what will happen? You will end up in a completely different destination than where you set off. So it's about course correcting in these crucial moments that will really have an effect on where you will go. And you could argue that I did in fact use the speed of implementation in these moments. So for example, when I faced the challenge with the video, I did re-record it the same day. I didn't let it build up, so I had more things to do the day after. And the same is true with yesterday. When I discovered that error or that thing that could be better in the book, I acted right away and I started to write emails and looking deeper into it right away. And the same is true with this video. Even though it's late right now and I would ideally like the first recordings that I did to be good enough so I can patch them together, then I still made this recording. And even though it's not perfect, I believe that it delivers the core message clearly enough. And now I will drop in some of the clips of the failed recordings, because I think that the concept was quite good. I was going to go through some hard terrain. I got to a very nice place and I got to see some animals. It was a great experience overall. But this video, it is an example of that sometimes when you face a challenge like this, let's say it's something in the way, what can we do? We can go around it, we can go over it, we can jump over it, we can crawl under it if needed, or we can simply choose to stop and we can think what is the best way, and then after we've thought about what is the best way forward, then we can course correct. If you do what is easy, then your life will be hard, and if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. And I very much believe that this is true, because we will always get a chance to go the easy path, but if we choose the hard route, then we will experience life in a different way, and we will experience being proud of the work that we're doing. And I believe that that is what we want. I feel like a documentary explorer over here. Those key moments where we have a choice. Do we let this go, or do we do something about it? And if we decide to do something about it, if we decide we face this challenge right here, what can we do? We can stop and we can go back. Or we can go under it, we can go over it, we can go around it. I choose to go over it this time. Other times I've chosen to go under it, like I will do now for this one. And sometimes when you face a tree in the middle of the way, you just go around it. Look at this, guys. So I wanted to do freestyle skiing professionally. My identity was very much that I was a freestyle skier. That was what I was known for, and that was what I enjoyed doing the most. It was when I was feeling the most alive. Now, what happened was that I had an accident, and I had to do surgery on my knee, and after that it wasn't the same. And I got very depressed after that period because I didn't know what to do. And maybe you've been in a similar situation where things take a turn, and when those moments happen, we have a choice. And what I did was I found something else, and it wasn't giving me the same fulfillment, but at least I felt that I had a mission, and that mission was to achieve freedom. So when I was doing freestyle skiing and I was flying through the air, I felt a sense of freedom. And what I wanted as an adult was to have freedom over my time and over my location, if that's what I wanted. If I wanted to go somewhere, go here, go there, I can do that because I have location freedom. And now I realize that there are other ways where I can fulfill that desire to get adrenaline or to feel alive or feel in the present moment. For example, for me, going on a bike ride, it makes me feel alive. And also doing Muay Thai, sparring or fighting, it also gives me the same feeling. So sometimes if you hit a roadblock, you may not necessarily need to go through the same wall. So maybe you need to go an alternative route and do something else that achieves the same or a very similar thing, or gives you a very similar feeling, if that's what you're after. Because sometimes what we're after is a feeling, and that feeling could be a feeling of freedom, it can be a feeling of feeling alive, or it can be a feeling of being calm and being in peace in yourself. One thing that I like is that the winners and losers, they both have failed. The only difference is that the winner, he picks himself up and he goes at it again. So now I will share something with you, a challenge that I went through, which is not related to business, but I did a Muay Thai fight, and I prepared well, according to me, or what I thought, for this fight. I trained with one of the best people in my city, or in my country even, I think. And I traveled far to train with him. 2 hours back and forth was the total time. And I trained a lot. I did running. I trained up to 10 times per week, 10 to 14 times per week. So many days it was twice a day. It was running and it was Muay Thai. However, the fight didn't go as planned. And my first fight, I was confident, and my trainer was confident in me as well.
So I got signed up to fight against someone who had fought 7 times in total before. So some Muay Thai fights and some mixed martial art fights. And I believe that this will go well. I prepared and I feel strong, I feel ready. But when the fight occurred, there was something that wasn't on my side. I felt like it wasn't my day. And what happened was that I got punched, and I got punched hard, and I wobbled a little bit at one point. And because it was my first fight and it wasn't a professional fight, when that happened 2 times, the judge, he ended the fight. And I thought that I was still going to be able to win. I was still going to be able to turn it around, even though I got counting. In my mind, I was feeling him getting tired. And I would have liked to continue, but that wasn't the way it played out. And after that, I got very down. And I thought, what is the reason for this? Why am I going through this? I've done everything right. Why do I deserve this? But after that, I reflected and I realized that I had missed one thing, and that was doing more hard sparring. So I needed to do more hard sparring. So after that, I decided to enter 1 year of discipline, as I call it. So it was a year where I would be celibate. It was a year where I would only shower cold. So I would sometimes do warm showers, but it would always be first cold, or at least it would end with cold. So the max cold every time I wanted to shower. And I was not allowed to eat candies or anything except when I was in social situations. Then I could take maybe something sweet. But otherwise, my diet was strict, and I started to really focus on my goals in terms of making sure that I showed up for every hard sparring session. So in my club, we have one guy that has won the Swedish championship in 3 different weight classes. So I made sure to spar with him and his sparring partners. And I remember one time I got so bloody, but my trainer, he just said, keep going, no mercy. And yeah, it was tough. It was tough. I can't say it another way. And but it was that moment where I faced someone who had more experience. He wasn't going easy on me. He went as hard as he could, and I went as hard as I could. And that moment, even though I was bloody and even though it hurted, it was that moment that gave me the confidence that when I did my second fight, I went in and I said, if I went through this, if I did this hard sparring, if I got this bloody, if I got this pain, then what is this? This is nothing compared to these sparring partners that I've been through. And what happened? I won. So just by not giving up and by not throwing in the towel and just getting up, because like I said, both the winner and the loser, they both have failed. At one point, Michael Jordan, he was kicked off the basketball team when he was young. And if you read any of the inspirational stories of great people, they have faced challenges. So if we want to be strong, which is what I pray for, then I need to go through things that will make me stronger. If I want to be courageous, then I need to do things which scare me. So whatever it is that we want, if we want patience, then we can't expect everything to be given to us in a snap of a finger. I've said this before, but success as we think it is not about what we get, it's not about what we accomplish, it's about who we become and being able to be at peace with who we are, because we know that we give it our all. If we go through a challenge, if we face something hard, if we can't push through it, we'll go around it, we'll wait for it to disappear, we will go under it, we'll go around it, we will go wherever it takes, because we are the driven ones and we continue no matter what. And if we have that mindset, and when we face challenges, when the book that we create or the business that we create, when we face something that it's not something we want to do, we remember these things and we push through and we do the extra work, even though it's hard, even though it messes up our schedule, which it did for me, even though it means I need to work in the evening late, which I don't want to do. We go, we push, and we know that eventually this hard thing that we're going through, these mosquito bites that I'm getting right now, it will pass. It's not the end of the world. All we need to do is stay in the game. So what I want to say with this video is I'm in the trenches with you. I'm not looking to be someone that you look up to. If we have that mindset that there's nothing that can stop us but ourselves, then we're invisible. We can overcome whatever challenges coming our way. So stay in the game. If something happens, let's say you're doing publishing and a book doesn't succeed, publish another book, publish another book, publish another book, until you start to get some wins. And then you focus on that and you see, okay, what did I do wrong with that lost fight? What did I do wrong with that book that didn't go well? What did I do wrong with this business move or whatever it is? And you analyze it and you make sure you correct it. And then you also see your wins and you see what went well. Why did I succeed with that book? Why did I succeed with this fight or whatever it is we're doing? And if we do that and we analyze and we grab the lessons from the losses and the lessons from the wins, then how are we ever going to be stopped in whatever it is we pursue? We're going to win. It's just a matter of time. And at one point in my publishing journey, my account was wrongfully terminated. In today's video, I want to talk about the power of being productively paranoid, so that if, God forbid, something were to happen to your publishing account, then you're able to get it back because you actually took the 5 minutes it takes to watch this video and you applied what I will talk about. So here's the plan of this video. We will start by looking at a practical example of being productively paranoid, and then we will discuss studying Amazon and being in alignment with what they want. And then we will finish off with the action steps that I've taken to protect my own publishing business and the steps that you can copy if you're not already doing them and apply them to your own publishing business. So let's start by talking about a story, a real life story from the book Great by Choice. So there were two explorers. One was named Roald Amundsen and the other one was named Robert Scott, and they set out to reach the South Pole. Now, before they started their expeditions, the two people and teams prepared very differently. So first, let's talk about Amundsen and what he did. So he spent one winter with the Eskimos. He studied how they lived and what they did. So for example, he discovered that the Eskimos, they walked very slowly in order to not sweat, because if they sweated, that might turn to ice, and if it turned to ice, they would get cold. And he also discovered that they dressed in a certain way to protect themselves from the cold, and he also learned how to manage dogs, etc., etc. And he even at one point he ate dolphin meat in order to see if that was a possible source of food, because what if him and his team were surrounded by only dolphins? Would they be able to survive if that's the only food source available? Now let's contrast that with Robert Scott. So Robert, he didn't prepare the same way, unfortunately. He believed that the Eskimos' use of dogs, that was too primitive and too outdated. He also didn't dress in the same way that Amundsen did, and in turn he wasn't able to withstand the cold in the same way, and he didn't teach his team how to ski properly before the expedition. So I think that for many of the team members it was their first time standing on skis. So what was the result of all of this? Unfortunately, Robert and his team didn't survive the expedition. While Amundsen, he was able to get him and his team to the South Pole, and they were able to get home safely. So in self-publishing, being like Amundsen can mean the difference between thriving and failing. So it's not about being scared
It's about being prepared. So let's talk about the two things that I've discovered as I've studied books about Amazon. So for example, the letters to shareholders or the everything store. And two things that stand out in terms of this concept of being productively paranoid is number one, Amazon's customer obsession, and number two, their long-term thinking. So when it comes to customer obsession, what can we do as publishers? We can in turn be obsessed about our readers. So this means, for example, taking the readers' feedback into consideration for our current books or for the future books that we create. And when it comes to long-term thinking, it's about, instead of taking risky, quick wins, we opt for sustainable and safe growth. So an example of opting for quick, risky wins instead of sustainable long-term growth is that a couple of years ago, some publishers, they took their English manuscripts and they had them Google translated into, for example, German, French, Spanish, etc. And what they did was that they published these manuscripts without having them edited or rewritten, etc. And unfortunately, that is not in alignment with Amazon's customer obsession. So when the customers started to complain, they would eventually terminate these publishers' account. So that is an example of not being productively paranoid. Now, don't take this video the wrong way. It's not about never taking risks. For example, Amazon themselves, they are taking risks, and Jeff Bezos, he looks at risk taking as an investment. So for example, they've taken many risks and they've done many projects that haven't worked out. However, when they do get a project that works out, it not only pays for their failed projects, but it also creates a lot of profit for them. So for example, the Amazon web service that they created was a success, as well as the Amazon Prime. So for us as publishers, that might mean testing out different niches or testing out different marketing strategies, because if we have one book that fails, that doesn't matter, because even if we have 5 books that fail in certain niches, if we can publish one book that succeeds in another niche, then that one can pay for all the failed books. And the same is true with the marketing strategy. If we do a certain marketing strategy that works very well, then that can pay for all the other marketing strategies that we tested that didn't work out as we wanted. Let's now talk about how I've applied being productively paranoid in my own publishing business, so that you too can look at your own publishing business and see, am I doing these things, or is this something that I can improve? So one thing that I've done is that when I've noticed that something is wrong, I've started an investigation. And an example of this is, let's say I receive a manuscript from a writer and that manuscript has a copyright image. Then what I will do, because this is in the instructions to the writer that they must include images that are royalty free or in the public domain, then I would think, okay, if this writer didn't follow these instructions, then what other instructions may they have missed? So I will look through previous manuscripts if they've sent and see if there are any errors or any inconsistencies, or if they have used AI in the writing, or etc. etc. So that is something that I advise you to do if you notice an inconsistency. So for example, maybe you're doing activity books and you're getting designs from a certain designer, and if you happen to see that one design is copied from a website, then I advise you to take all the other designs that that person has made and run it through Google Images. So do a Google Images search and see if you can find that design on other websites. So that is what I mean with investigating further if we find something that looks off. Another thing that I've applied is safety checks. And what this means is, for example, doing the proper trademark checks before we create a book, or when we receive a manuscript, doing the proper plagiarism checks, or for example, running the manuscripts through an AI checker. Another thing is applying what we learn quickly. So for example, if we receive an email from Amazon saying that they don't want us to repeat words in the title or subtitle, then we make sure that we apply that to future titles and subtitles. Or if we discover that Amazon wants us to check if any images, for example, have been created using AI, then we double check with the designer to see if she's used any AI in the creation of her designs. Another thing is diversifying. So when we look at Amazon, they started with books, then they diversified into other products and tech, etc., etc. So we as publishers, we can also diversify by, for example, using other platforms such as Ingram Spark or Drafted Digital, or it might mean diversifying into other products besides books. So for example, we might turn our book into a course, or if we have an email list, we might try out affiliate marketing, etc., etc. Another thing that I've applied is building a brand. So when we have a brand, we're able to decrease the risk of not having a book succeed. So we want to ideally minimize the amount of books that don't succeed, because the number one rule of investing is to not lose money, and the second rule of investing is to not forget rule number one. So when we have a brand, for example, in my case, when I send out an email to my email list, which has over 100,000 subscribers, then if the sales aren't paying back the money for creating the book, then at least with time, because the book is getting such a boost, it's able to rank high in categories, it's able to rank high in search, and it's also able to rank high in places such as customer also bought. So building a brand, that is something that is very powerful, and it's something that I will discuss in future videos as well. And lastly, let's talk about quality checks. So this is something that I continuously improve on. So for example, a couple of weeks ago, I implemented so that the editor will now check the guidelines before they are sent to the writer. Because what if the editor is able to spot something in the guidelines that the guideline creator wasn't able to spot? So it's always good to have different eyes looking at, for example, the manuscript, because if the writer is doing the editing, then he or she might not be able to see things that another person might be able to see, even if the writer happens to also be a great editor. Now, this can also include formatting. So for example, for the formatting, we have two different people that are looking over it. So one person is doing the main formatting, then we have another person that is checking through to make sure that there are no inconsistencies or small errors. So we want to do what we can to ensure high quality, because if we don't have a high quality book, then that might lead to negative reviews, and that is something that we don't want. I know this video isn't the most fun topic, however, I think it's a crucial topic to have a conversation about. So I think that I wouldn't be doing you any service if I didn't have at least one video talking about this concept. And the interesting thing is that these concepts, they are applied by what Jim Collins calls 10x leaders. So these are leaders or companies led by these 10x leaders that were able to get really high return. So productive paranoia, that is one of these concepts, and I will aim to cover all of the topics and apply it to publishing so that we too can become these 10x leaders that get exceptional results which are well above the industry standard. So I think that one company that really stands out is Southwest Airlines. So I think that they had over 500% compared to what the normal average was for the industry. So imagine how much better results we can get as publishers compared to other publishers if we apply concepts like this. Because this concept that we've discussed about in this video, it's more about protecting the downside. And of course, that is very important, especially if you're making a couple of $1,000s a month. Then you want to make sure that you're able to keep what you have. So sometimes it's more powerful to stay in the game than to take quick, risky wins that might have it all crumble down and risk it all. So this is some food for thought. Think about the different concepts or ideas that I've discussed in this video. Are you applying everything that I've talked about in this video, or is there any place where you can improve? If you got this one thing, then I believe you will succeed with publishing. In this video, I will talk about something that I believe is a lot more powerful than any niche research video or Amazon ads video. And you can watch those videos, those are great. However, if you're missing this one component, then I believe your growth will always be limited. So this video is unscripted, but it's a video that I want to make because it's something that is relevant in my own life. So I will begin with how this video came to be. So yesterday I was talking with a mastermind group that I'm a part of, and I did a presentation on building a personal brand, which is what I'm doing now. And it makes sense that I talk about publishing because it's what I've been doing for the majority of my adult life. I started when I was 21 and I'm turning 30 very soon. So it makes sense that I talk about publishing because it's where I can be most useful. And we talked about what is it that makes you not succeed with a personal brand. And one thing that came up was inconsistency. And what that means is that you post videos or you start with your personal brand, but then you stop. And what happens? The people that are following you, they are following you in the beginning because they see you're posting videos, but then when you stop and you start again, they have probably lost a little bit of trust, or they have moved on to other creators. So it's about 4 a.m. in the morning now, and I want to imagine that we're about to take a 100-mile march or a 100-mile walk. So let's imagine that we got tent and everything with us. We're ready. We're gonna stay a couple of nights, and let's first imagine that we're doing it this way. So today has nice weather, so let's say that we're gonna walk 20 miles. But then what happens tomorrow, since we start off very strong, we might realize that our body doesn't feel that good. So maybe tomorrow the weather continues, it's very nice. However, we will only be able to do 3 miles because we really feel that there's something going on with our joints and it doesn't feel like. So what happens? We lost a day of nice weather, and maybe this continues for 2-3 days where we can only walk 3 miles because we started so strongly. And then what happens? We start to feel refreshed. However, we get some bad weather. And what do? How we say we stay in our tents. We wait until the weather is better. And then what happens? The weather, it goes on for 2-3 days, and then, okay, we can continue. And then we face very good terrain. So we decide, hey, we're gonna walk 30 miles today. And we do. However, the next day we face bad terrain. And since we're sore again and we don't feel that good, we decide, okay, we're just gonna walk, let's say 1 mile per day in this terrain. Hopefully you can see that what we've just described is a very inconsistent way of getting to our 100-mile destination. Now, let's take another example. Let's imagine that we commit to walking 10 miles every day, no matter what. Now, the weather can be bad, the terrain might be bad, and we might feel that some days we can walk more. However, we stay disciplined, because sometimes discipline is not only doing super much, but it's also about having constraints, about not overextending ourselves. So we know that we can do 10 miles every day, no matter the terrain, no matter the weather, and we just do that. What happens? Within 100 days, we will have reached our destination. And this concept, it comes from the book Great by Choice, which is my favorite book. It has many different concepts about what makes businesses succeed and what makes businesses not succeed. Or rather, what is it that separates these businesses that achieve 10 times results compared to those that only grow average. And one of the concepts is the 10-mile march. And I will go into why this is so powerful, not just from a business perspective, but also from a personal perspective, and even from a spiritual perspective. So let's talk about how I've been inconsistent in my own life and what happened when I was inconsistent. So we can see the contrast to when I did start to be consistent. So when I started working, I worked a lot of different jobs. I worked in sales, customer support, I cleaned a gym, I did dishes for free because I was looking to get a job there. And I worked in a metal factory, I worked in a fish factory. So I did all these different jobs. I did more than that as well. And the results, sure, I made money, especially from sales, but the results were inconsistent. And I'm not regretting anything. I learned a lot of valuable lessons from that, and I learned to work hard. And I'm super grateful that I did those jobs, because now I contrast that with publishing and I realize that this is a piece of cake. And this inconsistency, it continued when I started my business journey. So the first business I started was a web shop. Then I started another business where I cold called companies in Sweden. And then eventually I stumbled into publishing. And I did publishing for 6 months. I realized that this works. I saw results. If you've heard my story, you know I made $5,000 within 6 months. However, what happened after? My habit of being inconsistent continued. And what did I do? I faced some challenges in publishing, and then I started looking for other things. So I started doing other online businesses. And what happened? My income from publishing went down, and I didn't see any results from my other ventures. And before I started my business journey, I read a book called The 33 Strategies of War. And in that book, there's a strategy called the death ground strategy, which is about burning your boats, just like Hernan Cortez did when he wanted to conquer the Aztecs. And that strategy very much resonated with me because I didn't have much to lose. I was working in the fish factory and I was dreading almost every day. I remember looking at the clock, and the clock was going so slow. And I contrast that with my life now, which is the complete opposite. I want the time to go slower. However, it just seems to run away. It's like 1 year feels like 1 week. But let's go back to what I did. So I burned the boats in the sense that I said that I will start a business and I'm not allowed to do anything else than to start the business. So I had 6 months of savings, and that's what I did. I bought a house in a new city where I didn't know anyone, and then I started my business journey. And that obviously worked because eventually I stumbled into publishing. And even before that, I was self-reliant with the cold calling business. So that's what I did when I got back to publishing. So after those 6 months of strain, I said that I will get publishing to work or I will go under in the process. And when you make a commitment like that, it's very powerful. And when I look back, when I've had the most success, it's when I've done those types of commitments. So I will make a commitment to you now. I've already made this commitment to my mastermind, but I want you to know this as well, and you to keep me accountable. So I made a commitment to make 100 videos before I make any type of assessment whether or not to continue. Because unless we get enough data with what we're doing, then we're not gonna know if what we're doing works or not. So for example, I think 20%, if you wanna be in the top 10% or maybe even top 1% of podcasters in the world, I think you just need to make 20 podcasts or something like that. So a lot of the issues when it comes to failure is simply due to a lack of consistency and a lack of commitment. And I do believe in these videos, as I'm trying to help my younger self, and I'm making these videos with a pure intention of being of value. So I think that eventually people will realize, and sure, I could show proof through every video, and that is something that I most likely should do more of, because I think what I've done is quite unique in terms of the results that I've been able to achieve with publishing. But we will see. But if you want to support this channel, then something you can do that doesn't cost you anything is hit the like button. It lets me know that I'm on the right track with the videos, so I'd really appreciate that. So let's go back to consistency. So one of my favorite quotes is by Thomas Edison when he invented the light bulb. He said, "I've not failed, I simply found 10,000 ways that don't work." And what if we take that approach to publishing? So when we're publishing the books and it doesn't go the way we want it, then what if we simply take it as, okay, this is a learning lesson. We can see why this book didn't do well if we really take the time to analyze. So that's one thing I think is important as well, because insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So we don't want to be consistent with the wrong thing. We want to constantly learn what it is that we did well and what it is that we can do better. So that's another thing in and of itself, learning. How can we stay committed with learning? So one thing that I'm committed to is reading 10 pages every day. And that is similar to the 10-mile march, because really I can't make an excuse not to read 10 pages a day. And maybe for you, it's studying publishing for 10 minutes every day or 20 minutes every day, watching videos or listening to videos as you're doing the dishes or driving in the car or whatever it is you're doing. That's what I did. For example, when I was doing menial tasks or easier tasks in the publishing business, I would often put on a YouTube video and listen to that in 2x speed as I was working on my publishing business. Because we don't know what we might hear or what piece of information might transform the business. And what I like about learning is that, yes, you might learn something or hear something in this video or in other videos that might not be applicable to you right now. However, what are the benefits that maybe in the future it will be applicable? And even if you know this stuff, getting reminded of it is very powerful. So I often go back to the books that I like, for example, Great by Choice, because that is the base of a successful business, in my opinion. So going back and repeating certain lessons or certain concepts, it never hurts. And publishing, it's your own race. We're not racing against each other, we're racing with ourselves. So maybe your pace is 1 book per month, or maybe it's 1 book per year. It doesn't matter. The most important thing that I see is that we make a schedule and we stay consistent with it. So if we take the example of the 10-mile march, in book publishing, that would be having a certain amount of books that we publish. So instead of publishing 10 books this month and then waiting for 3 months, we simply spread those out so we publish them consistently. And now I will go into why this is so powerful, not just for your brand, which I highly advise you to start building, especially if you're making over $1,000, but even when it comes to working with the freelancers that you're working with. So let's say you have a writer and that writer is producing great work, then what happens if you stop working with that writer? If you're not being consistent, then that writer might look for another client, and what happens? You have to put out another job post looking for another writer, and then you might need to test, and some of them might fail, some of them might be inconsistent, and it might take you a while until you find a writer that is just as good as the great writer that you had but lost because of inconsistency. So when it comes to the brand, it's very powerful, because let's say you're a reader, then if I know that, okay, every month I will receive a new book from this particular brand, then I know, okay, it takes me about a month to read. I'm interested in this topic. I don't need to look for any other producer or any other publisher or any other author, because I know that they have my back. They have my need when it comes to this topic. And this also goes for your personal habits in your publishing business. So let's say you're in a phase where you're writing your own books, then writing consistently, committing to 1,000 words every day, for example. That's what I did when I was writing. Instead of, okay, now I feel some inspiration, I will do 5,000 words, and then maybe it will go a week until you feel inspiration again. And that is a very inconsistent way of doing things. So we ideally want to structure everything that we're doing, whether it's niche research, whether it's building a landing page, whatever it is. We want to be consistent and we want to break it down. So whatever project we have, we break it down into action steps. And once we know the action steps, then we're able to see, okay, I need to do this, this, and this to build a landing page. So let's say the first day, I'm simply going to commit to learning how to build a landing page. The second day, I'm going to make some tests. I'm going to buy this software. Then the day after that, I'm going to start building a little bit. And then the day after that, I will continue building, etc. And then, yeah, okay, it might take you 4 or 5 hours to build a landing page, but it's much harder to say, okay, I'm going to carve out 4 or 5 hours to build a landing page compared to simply saying, okay, I will do 30 minutes today, 30 minutes tomorrow, 30 minutes the day after that, etc. So in essence, break down everything that you want to achieve into action steps and then do those steps. Lay them out in a plan, lay them out in a schedule, and work on them consistently. The last thing I want to cover in this video is the power of your language. So when you're saying words such as, I will try, this is something that a lot of freelancers, it's something that I did as well, which is why I'm so hard when I hear this word. But when I hear a freelancer say, I will try, I know that they're probably not going to be on time. So what I usually said, especially if they've been working with me for a long time, avoid saying the word try. Say I will or I will not. And because if we use the word try, then we're not doing the death ground strategy. We are not fully committed because there's always a way out. And I think that this stems from the fear of failure. So if we're afraid of failing, if we think that there's a possibility that we might fail, then we will use this type of language. Instead, what we can say is that I will or I am. And when we affirm like that, we're not giving any way out for our self-esteem or for our self-image. Because what happens if we say, I will try, then yeah, okay, at least I tried. I wasn't that committed, so it wasn't that important. So if you're doing publishing, if you're still in the game, you haven't lost. Even if your books aren't giving you the results you want. So simply stay consistent, say, I will make it. You might be one book away from having everything change. So simply stay in the game, keep publishing, and use your language in a way where you don't have any way out. And remember, do the thing in your own pace. It's better that you do a little bit every day or every week, and then to do these massive sprints where you're not able to stay consistent and get consistent results or make consistent progress. So in terms of your personal life and your spiritual life, I believe that this is one of the best things to build self-esteem, is when you make a promise to yourself and you keep it. So even if you've done like I did, stayed inconsistent in the past, this is your opportunity to change. Take this video as a sign and start writing down not only your goals, but also the action steps that you will take. And remember the 10-mile march. Do a little bit every day or every week and stay consistent with it. Revisit that page that you just created. Have it hang somewhere where you see it all the time, so you're constantly reminded that if I do these actions, then this day was a success. So success is not about what we achieve, it's about who we become in the process. And I'm telling you that being consistent and having that quality, it's one of the best feelings in the world. So I will keep enjoying the nature over here, and I'm wishing you all the best. Go get it.
Good morning. It's about 4 a.m. in the morning.
and I want to make an unscripted video this time, and I want to see where we can be taken as a topic in this video. So we got a good friend over here. He is here to bring us good luck, and I want to take a walk with you and talk about my journey, talk about some of the lessons that I've learned, and what I think has helped me in terms of getting the results. So I think that when we want to achieve anything, we first want to cast a vision. So what that means is that we want to see where it is we're going, so that we know. Oh, it's running away over there. Let's see. So what we want to do first is that we want to create a vision, and that vision will be our North Star. So from that vision, we will be able to create goals, we will be able to create action plans, etc. So when I started my journey, I didn't know what it is that I wanted to do. I didn't know how my life would turn out. However, I knew what I wanted, and what I wanted was freedom. So if you define what freedom is for you, then you will slowly be able to find and pick up things that align with that. So for example, for me, I linked making money or having money to freedom. So for example, I started reading books on passive income. I started reading books such as The Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Richest Man in Babylon, etc. And from these books, I learned that the rich, they don't work for money, they have money work for them. So when I first got started, I thought about maybe having stocks or having real estate, and I've tried investing in real estate later on. So it was about 5 years ago, I think, I decided to buy a rental property. And I can tell you that going back into it, I wouldn't say I regret it, because I learned a lot. However, when I compare that to book publishing, then book publishing is a lot better, because when you're having a rental property, unless it's a really big rental property, then you're not able to have another company manage the property, because the budget doesn't allow for that. So what I had to do is I had to deal with the tenant myself, and you have to deal with people not paying the rent on time, and the neighbors complaining about the other neighbors, or they're complaining about certain things in the property and have to make repairs, etc., etc. So it sounds good on paper. However, what I like with book publishing is that we don't need to deal with the customers directly. That is done by Amazon. So Amazon is handling the customer contacts, and we simply need to focus on producing great books in topics that sell well. So that's the first step of any, I think, is to create a vision. And the good thing with creating a vision is that it's not about knowing what to do or anything like that. So we simply, at this stage, we dream wild, and we write down how a perfect life would look like, what a perfect day would look like. For example, maybe we'd wake up in the morning and we'd have the sun in our face like this, and we'd see different animals running around as we're working on something that we're passionate about. Whatever it is, maybe it's traveling the world, maybe it's being able to take care of your family in a different way. So at this stage, there are no limitations. You don't need to think about how or anything like that. Now the next step is that we write down 20 ideas. So this idea comes from one of my favorite people to listen to when it comes to success, Brian Tracy. So you write down 20 ideas, and you don't put any judgments on the idea. The goal of this exercise is simply to get your ideas flowing, and you write ideas of how you can achieve the goal. So I remember Brian brought up in the book, he talked about
how one person wanted to sell the business, and he wrote down different ideas, and one of the ideas was that he would buy a book on how to sell a business. And that idea, it seems very obvious. However, when he did that, he was able to find exactly the step-by-steps of how to do that, and by following an already proven method to selling a business, he was able to make that happen for a sum that he was happy with. So for example, for me, it was achieving freedom, and one idea is starting my own business. And I think at the beginning I started the web shop, so that was the best thing I knew at the time. However, once I got deeper into my business journey, I realized that there are certain downsides to having your own website and your own web shop, and there are also certain benefits that you get from other business models, which is why I was able to see that publishing was a lot better for me, at least. So let's say we write down the idea that we want to start with publishing, or we want to make publishing work. Then what can we do later? We can continue on this idea. So now we can continue this idea generator, and we can write down, for example, 20 ideas of the steps we could take. So maybe it's going through a course about publishing, maybe that's the first step. And then maybe the second step is to make sure that we follow the course by taking action on every module, for example. And then perhaps another step is that we analyze what we could do better, etc., etc. So that is something that I very much like, and something that I've tried to apply into my own journey at all times, and that is, don't reinvent the wheel. If there's someone who's already done what you want to do, then why not learn from them? So for example, if there is someone who already knows how to publish a book, then simply follow the videos that they've created and publish your own book, instead of trying to piece together everything yourself. Now, this doesn't mean that we copy what other people do, because that's often not a very powerful strategy. Instead, it's about modeling what works. And I often like to think about if there's any way that we can apply something that works over here to what we're doing over here. So what that does is that creates something completely unique in the industry, for example, that we're working in. So we've gone from creating a vision to generating ideas to talking about how we can model success. And then I believe it's about taking massive action. This is something that Tony Robbins, for example, talks about, but there are other people that talk about this as well. So for example, Grant Cardone, he talks about the 10x rule, which is about taking 10x action and setting 10x goals. When we are thinking, we might as well be thinking big, because oftentimes it doesn't require that much more to do 10 times bigger things. It does require more action, and it does require more planning. However, at a certain point, if you build the systems, then it doesn't take 10 times as much effort to produce 10 times as many books, for example. It might do initially you will probably need to work extra hard, but once you have the system set up, it doesn't require 10 times much. So this takes us into the next concept, which is about thinking long term. So when we're thinking long term, we're able to think bigger. And if we're not caring so much about the immediate results and what we will get this year or in a couple of months, then we're able to approach what we're doing from a completely different mindset. So I know Brian, he talks about that 5 years will pass anyways, so why not make sure that we get there in the best possible way? And what's the rush? The best things in life, such as walking like this in the morning, having the sun in our faces, this is free. Walking in nature, hearing the birds singing, and seeing many different things. So for example, think about all the finest museums in the world, etc., you would struggle to find even the richest person in the world living in a place like that. So you can access very beautiful monuments, very beautiful artistry, paintings, etc. for basically free. So that's another thing that can make our journey a lot more enjoyable, is being grateful along the way and not being stressed out about results. So focusing more on the process and focusing more on who we are becoming instead of the results, the tangible results. Okay, so we went from taking massive action to thinking big to gratitude. I told you this video is completely unscripted, so we will jump around a little bit all over the place, but hopefully you're receiving value. This is what's in my mind. This is how I think. So I'm letting loose and allowing you to see how I see the world and how I see business and how I approach it. And I have built a 7-figure publishing business, so I have done something which is out of the ordinary, and I believe that if you want to do something out of the ordinary, then you have to approach things in a way that isn't ordinary. So if you want what everyone else has, then you do what everyone else does. However, if you want something that not everyone has, then you have to do things that not everyone does. And I can already tell, if you're watching this video instead of watching social media, TikTok or cat videos or whatever it is that is trending, then you really have a desire to succeed. And I commend you for that, and I do believe that you will succeed, because these are exactly the type of videos that I used to watch in my journey, and I'm still watching. I'm still feeding my mind, because we have so much negativity in the world already. So what we need to do is we need to filter, and we need to create our environment like a garden. So imagine that we're growing flowers here. Then what we do is that we drag out all the weeds. So we don't allow for weeds in the garden. Instead, we only allow for beautiful flowers in our garden. And that means that we're cutting out the influences that don't support us, and instead we feed our mind with positive things. We feed our mind with things that can help us achieve our vision. So there's a thing called the reticular activating system, which means that you get what you focus on. And not only that, but you will see things and you will pick up things that are in alignment with what it is that you want. So for example, if you just bought a new car, then you will start seeing that car everywhere. And it's not that that car didn't exist before, it's simply the fact that you're now made aware of it. So if you, for example, like I, wanted to achieve freedom, then you will start to pick up things that are in alignment with freedom, with achieving freedom. So for example, you would pick up videos like this, or you would pick up business ideas and strategies, etc. So now we covered another concept, which is about controlling your environment as much as possible. So there's a saying that you become the average of the 5 people and the 5 books that you read. And that also includes the videos that you watch and the information, the podcasts, the audiobooks, etc., etc. Now, another concept that I think has helped me in my journey is realizing how easy it is to get distracted nowadays. So I just read, talking about newspaper, you're not supposed to read it. However, I was visiting a person and the newspaper was on the table, so I read it, and it said that 15% of boys in my country are being diagnosed with ADHD. And I believe that ADHD, it has its strength if you look at history. For example, a lot of people with ADHD, they were the people that were discovering new lands, because the people with ADHD, they might be more likely to explore new things, etc. So there are certain strengths with ADHD. But I think that when it comes to the focus and the rise of this, I think one part of the reason why we're unable to focus like before is that we have so much stimulus. So we have so much access to short form content that gives us instant dopamine. So dopamine, that's the brain chemical that rewards us when we're taking certain actions. So what I realized and what I wanted to do was that I wanted to make everything else that wasn't in alignment with working on my goals as boring as possible. So I did dopamine detox and I removed things from my environment that weren't supporting me and giving me more focus, etc. So if we approach ourselves as a machine, then how would we make sure that the machine runs as good as possible? So if we imagine ourselves as a sports car, then we wouldn't put bad gasoline into the car. We would make sure that we give it the best fuel. So in that regard, it's food. We would make sure that the tank is full, so we're able to go long distances. So that means that we're sleeping properly, etc. And we'd avoid things that would decrease the value of our machine. So we wouldn't park it in bad places. So I think that the majority of crime, for example, it happens after 8 p.m. I'm not saying never be out after 8 p.m., but that's just an example that if you go to certain places or if you hang out with certain people, then you can't expect not to get certain results eventually. So it's about placing yourself in situations where you can prosper. So it's about making sure that you're working with optimal capacity. And one idea I like as well is competing with the best version of yourself. So for example, let's imagine that you have a person, he's waking up early, he is doing the frogs. So that's another concept, eating the frog first thing in the morning, which is the hardest task that we usually don't want to do. So that person, he's doing the hardest task early on in the morning, and that will take him towards his goal, because if you push these tasks to the end of the day, then you might not have the energy to do them, etc. So, and furthermore, he eats the right type of food that gives him energy. He eats for energy's sake and not for pleasure. And he has built ways of optimizing his time so that he's focusing on the things that really matters. For example, maybe he has automated his personal life so he doesn't have to cut the lawn. He has an automatic lawnmower that does that for him. Maybe he's outsourced so he doesn't have to do the cleaning, or he's bought an automatic vacuum cleaner, etc. And maybe he's showing up for people in a way where he has energy, where he has intention with everything that he's doing. And you can clearly see that this person will be a winner, because in everything that he does, he is showing up and he's doing the right thing, even when it comes to the small stuff. So once we have taken action in the direction of our dreams, then all we do is that we analyze what we're doing. We analyze the results that we're getting. We're focusing primarily on the process. So if we take the actions, let's say we're doing book publishing, then we're focused on the amount of books that we're publishing and the steps in the process. So for example, we're focusing on getting a certain amount of reviews for our books. We might set that as a goal. We might set a goal of having it be a certain amount of words. We might set a goal of having a great book cover that gets voted by our friends and families, for example, as the best book cover option. And we make sure that we do everything we can to have the book succeed, and then we do a certain amount of them. And in that regard, we will be a success, because success is the realization of our goal, of a worthy goal. So I believe that if you're doing the actions, even though you don't have the tangible results yet, then I believe you're a success, because success, it's always lagging, because material success and that type of thing, it always is coming after. It's always lagging. So you could be a success today and not see much in your environment change right now, But if you keep doing that and you're being consistent, then eventually the outside world will start to reflect your inner world. And this might be hard to believe if you don't see it right now, but I can tell you from my own experience that it is true. You first become and you first do, and then eventually the world around you will start to change and the outside results will come, and you will get a receipt that what you did was the right thing. But in the beginning, you need to have faith. You need to believe that what you're doing is a worthy cause and it's a winnable fight. And if there's other people that have done it, then what is stopping you from doing it? All you need to do is to adapt their way of thinking. So let's say you want to be a great salesman, then what do? You go to the best salesperson in the company, let's say, and you learn from him. You study, what does he do? How many calls do he do? How does he answer the objections? And how does he introduce himself, etc., etc. And by picking up these different things, when it comes to book publishing, it might be, how do the top publishers produce books? And if you can produce books like they produce the books, then it makes sense that eventually you will get similar results. So, like I said, this video, it's all over the place, but it has a lot of golden nuggets. So I hope you've received value from it. I can make more of these types of videos, and I can go on and on talking about the different mindset concepts that I've had and that I still have and that I have picked up along the way and continue to pick up. So for example, now I'm reading a book about learning. It's very interesting to see how you can learn more and learn faster and how you can remember things better, etc., etc. So I believe that we live in the best times. We don't have much restriction in terms of the books that we're allowed to read, etc. So we can access hundreds of years of life lessons from the books we read, etc. So I encourage you to keep learning and to create your environment in a way where it supports your vision and your goals. How can we stay motivated and driven? In today's video, I will share the secret techniques and strategies that I've used to build a 7-figure publishing business. And I've also applied these techniques to other achievements. So for example, whether it's staying consistent in the gym, doing and preparing for a Muay Thai fight, or learning a new language. Yo hablo un poco español. Sí, es la verdad. Vámonos. So let's first discuss what motivation is. So for me, motivation is a reason to do something. So I believe that we have two main reasons for doing something. First of all, it's moving away from pain. And the second is moving towards pleasure. So in my own case, if we look at my story, then we can see that in the beginning, I was motivated by moving away from pain. And I believe that this is probably the more powerful option if you really want to create drive, and especially in the beginning. So for me, the pain that I was moving away from was being stuck in the fish factory and feeling like a cog in a machine. So having other people telling me where to go, what to do, and not being able to control the people that I was around, the surroundings, etc. And also, if they wanted to decrease the salary, which they did, there was nothing I could do about it. Now, along the way, my motivation changed and the reasons for working hard, etc., has changed. So now it's more about having an impact. And if we take, for example, when my account was wrongfully terminated, my first thought wasn't myself, because I'm fine. I'm at a point now where if something were to happen, yes, sure, it would hurt, but I will survive. So what pained me even more was that 6 months before this happened, I had told my editor to quit her job to only work with me, and she got a salary from me of about $6,500 a month, and telling her that we will have to decrease the salary because we've just lost a big revenue stream, and being afraid of what might happen to her and her family, etc., if she wasn't able to get work from us. So that is an example of how the motivation has shifted to being about me,
to now instead being more about having an impact and impacting other people's lives in a positive way. So this is just like, for example, if someone wants to start working out in the gym, let's say a young teenage boy. So for example, his first motivation might be to impress a girl in class, etc. But eventually, as the years go on, I think that for most people that work out, the motivation change, and instead of being about impressing someone, it becomes about impressing yourself and staying consistent and feeling good about yourself. And at one point, for some people, it might be that they have gotten to a point where they're overweight, and that might pose a risk to their health, etc. And I remember one story was that a doctor asked this person if he wanted to be there to walk down the aisle of his daughter's marriage, because if he were to continue on the road that he was on, there would be another man that would walk his daughter down the aisle. So that is something that is very powerful, is connecting emotions to our reasons for doing something. So probably for that person, that was the emotions he needed to make a change. And these emotions, it can either be positive or negative. So for example, it could be a relief from a negative emotion, or it could be that we feel a great positive emotion when we visualize the attainment of our goal. Let's now talk about a person that is helping me to stay on track and stay driven. And this person, when I'm thinking about him, gets me a little bit pissed off actually, because he's putting me in the shadows. He's so good at what he's doing that I feel insignificant. So he is someone that does everything with intention. He has high energy in everything that he does. He's very healthy. He eats perfectly. He eats for energy and not for pleasure. And he really thinks about everything that he's doing. So every move is very calculated, and he has built systems so that he is able to thrive even on the days where he's not feeling great, etc. He's not using social media. He's reading books, and he is continuously learning. Now, who is this person? This person is myself, and it's my best version of myself. So what this means is that we can create a version of ourselves which is so good or so great that it really pushes us to want to chase that ideal. Because I don't think that we want to be in a trap where we compare ourselves to others, because that is pointless in my opinion. Why would we compare ourselves to someone else who hasn't had the life experiences or the same foundation as ourselves? So even if we don't have the perfect genetics, etc., there's one version of ourselves which is making use of all that genetic potential. So when I see people who might not have the best circumstances or might not have the best genetic predisposition, and they do everything they can, and they outshine many people who were given a lot more to start with, then I'm very inspired by seeing things like that. So I advise you to create your own manifesto of this person. So I will read my manifesto now. He is relentless, rising early. He commands each day with precision. Every action is deliberate, every move is calculated. He operates at top speed, delivering exceptional results. Continuously learning, staying fit, and eating well, he excels consistently. Always reaching new heights, he is the epitome of excellence. So think about what qualities and how would your best version of yourself act. So I believe that this is not only related to business or health, it can also be related to relationships. So for example, let's say we show up, if we have a wife or a husband, for example, we show up with intention and with presence for them, or kids, if we have kids, then we do the same there. And if the kid, for example, we're out swimming and the water is cold, but the kid is asking us to come and play with them in the water, then we think about our best version and we ask ourselves, what would that person do? And he would probably, or he or she would probably tell him or herself that she or he is a Navy SEALs, and this cold water is nothing compared to what they have done or been through before. So of course, even if they're feeling tired, they will take a deep breath and they will go in the cold water and they'll spend time with their kid, because that is something that is in alignment with their best version. So this brings us to another concept, is the cookie jar. So what if we take, for example, certain experiences that we've had in the past, or we can even manufacture experiences. So what I just said with thinking that we're a Navy SEAL, for example, when we're about to go into cold water, we can have certain mindset techniques such as that to make things easier. So for example, I know that David Goggins, who you might know or have heard about, he uses the cookie jar, which is going through previous wins that you've had in the past in order to motivate you to continue. Because if you've done something before, then what is stopping you from not doing that thing again or something similar? And the only thing that is stopping us in most cases is the mind. So we want to collect and think about all these wins that we've had in the past when we're going through something tough. So for example, for me, when I received that termination letter from Amazon, I went through a very hard period. For example, during that time I was having a fever and I was not feeling good. However, I spent the days and nights not sleeping much at all, calling attorneys or lawyers in the United States and trying to figure out what is it that I can do. I was constantly researching what other people had done in a similar situation and how they've gotten themselves out of it. And it also might be smaller things, such as when we've studied for a test and we did well, or when we ran a record time, or when we ran a record distance, etc., etc. So that is another mindset technique that is very powerful. Now let's lastly talk about another thing that I sometimes think about, and it's something that you can apply, for example, if you're doing book publishing, or if you're doing, let's say, YouTube or something like that. Then what you can do is you can put yourself in an imaginary prison. This sounds harsh, but it works. So for example, with these videos, I've decided that I will make 100 videos, and until I made these 100 videos, I will not be 100% free. So for example, when it comes to publishing, let's say you want to publish a book and you want to write a book yourself, then you might lock yourself in a room. I mean, of course, you might need to go to the bathroom, or you might need to go to the grocery store, etc. However, you can lock yourself in the room and you can say that I'm not leaving this room until I've written this manuscript. And it also might mean removing certain things that give pleasure. So nowadays we have a really hard time with other distractions such as social media, fast food, etc. So what I've done in my journey is that I've removed a lot of these things that give dopamine, which is the brain chemical that rewards us. So we remove social media, we remove, for example, certain types of food or certain types of things that can provide a high amount of dopamine. And we're only able to get dopamine from focusing and making progress on our long-term goals. So I think that changing the way we see things like this can be very powerful. So for example, let's say you're going through military training, then I think one of the reasons why some people make it and some people fail is because a lot of people are probably thinking about everything that they could have. So for example, they might think, well, if I just ring the bell, then I could be home, I could be sleeping in a nice warm bed, I could be eating whatever I want, and I could be sleeping, etc. However, for some of the people, they don't have that as an option. And when you don't have any other options, you're in alignment with one of my favorite strategies, which is the death ground strategy, which is you put yourself in a situation where you've burned your boats. Just like Hernan Cortez did when he wanted to conquer the Aztecs. There's no turning back, your back is against the wall, and the only way forward is to push through the thing that you want to do. So that is something that I believe can create an immense amount of motivation, is putting ourselves on death ground where we have no other option than to succeed. Hopefully this video gave you some tactics and techniques that you can apply to your own goals to make sure that you stay driven, you stay motivated, and you stay on track.
I want to talk about something that has benefited me in terms of my journey to 7 figures, and I believe that this is a clear advantage that I've had, and it's not something technical, it's not something practical. So relax, enjoy this video. I'll give you some insights into what I'm working on now, where my mind is at. I will not go over all the examples of history of when someone has achieved something that people said were impossible. When the first person invented fire, I'm sure that the people around him were very skeptical that it would ever be done. Just imagine what that person were doing, sitting and hitting rocks, and then all of a sudden he goes back and he tells his friends, hey, I made this warm thing that lights, and they were like, oh well, this guy has taken some of that mushroom again. So okay, so what is it that I'm talking about? What I'm talking about is our ability to have a bigger vision, to think big. So for example, if I take a look at my own publishing business, when I look at the start of my brand, I see, okay, I had a bigger vision. I saw something that did not exist, and I imagined how this thing would come into being. And I even imagined, as I was looking at the author page on Amazon, I imagined having a series of books. And I imagined, of course, this solution will be appreciated because I would appreciate it. So, especially if you're able to combine something that you're a bit passionate about or you have experience in, and it's ideally profitable. The thing that I went into, it wasn't that profitable. It was more so that I had the stamina, I had the belief, and I had the bigger vision. That is what made it profitable for me. So I believe that I'm a little bit of an anomaly in that regard. And I think that most publishers, if you look at the top of the top publishers, they usually make their money in niches that are in very high demand. So that is one strategy, but I lean towards building a brand and building something that you're passionate about so you can make a difference. And I believe that that is something that we ideally want to keep in mind, because we are spending our life working on this. And why not spend it in a way where the work itself is the reward? So I think that is the ideal place to be. And I will now transition into what I'm experiencing right now. And even if no one ends up watching this far into the video, at least I will have documented it for myself, because what I'm going through now is something I've never been through in my entire life. I have the feeling that I had before I started self-publishing. I can see that what I'm working on now, it will work. I have 100% conviction. And I'm seeing how this thing that I'm working on can make a huge difference in people's life. Because not only, let's say I'm able to help someone with self-publishing and I'm able to take them to, I don't know, let's say 6 figures if they're making less than 6 figures, or someone even 7 figures. And let's say I'm also able to help them work on something that they might have an interest in and are passionate about, then that's a double win. And the ripple effect of that is that they will be more happy in their life, they will be more inspired in their life, they will be more inspired when they show up for their kids, and their kids will have a different upbringing, and their kids will treat their friends differently, and it will create this compounding effect of greatness. So say what you want about Will Smith. I remember when I was 16 years old, I used to watch these videos called My Come Up. I don't know if that channel is around, but he said that I want the world to be better because I was here. And that saying got stuck in my mind. So if we can do something that can make an impact in someone else's life, then I believe that we are living a life well spent. So I will describe what I am going through currently. So it's a Sunday as I'm recording this video. I know I should be resting on a Sunday, but I wake up at 4 every morning right now. I start working and I do this project. Today I did it for 7 hours straight. I do take a coffee. I do make coffee, but other than that, it's focus time that I'm spending. And as I'm working, it does require effort from me, but it doesn't feel like work. It's non-comparable to, for example, when I was working in a fish factory and I was making boxes for 12 hours a day. It's nothing compared to that. I want to work. I see everything else. When I'm not doing this particular thing, I feel frustrated in a way. So even working on my own publishing business, going through different things, I have probably been a little bit too hard on my team because I just want them to be able to run it without me while I'm putting my focus on this. But of course, I need to be there for them as well. So I do realize that. But I think that if you can look at that feeling, that when you are doing anything else besides this thing, it's like you just want to get back to this thing that you're working on. I believe that when you are in that position, then you have found your purpose. And that's what I believe I've done, because maybe this will not be my purpose forever, but from where I am right now, I am 100% living my purpose. These last couple of years, it's been quite strange because I felt that even though I've been making good money, I felt that I'm not in 100% the right place. So I started a gym, for example, because I wanted to help people. I didn't just want to be in front of the computer all day. And even though I'm passionate about the brand, I felt that I had more to give. And I felt that I couldn't leverage my knowledge enough. I couldn't be more useful. And that's why I'm making these videos and working on the project that I'm working on, because if I'm able to transfer my knowledge, then other people, other publishers will be able to use my knowledge, and they will be able to provide a lot more value. And by them providing a lot more value through what I'm teaching, it's like I'm being more useful than if I'm simply working on my own publishing business. I know this is complex. I should draw this out on a whiteboard or paper ideally, but it is quite simple that my knowledge is more scalable, and what I've learned is of better use if I'm able to teach other people to do what I'm doing. Yes, I will still keep publishing. I will continue to work on that, but I believe that that is the point where I'm at right now. And it does fire me up thinking about one day shaking someone's hand and them looking in my eyes and saying, "Hey, Peter, you've really helped me through your videos," or whatever it is, and you've made a difference. And I think that that is ultimately when we find the most satisfaction with what we're doing, is when we're able to make a positive difference, not just for ourselves, but also for the world and people around us. So see if you can expand your thinking, see if you can have a bigger vision. One book that I highly recommend is The Magic of Thinking Big. I've listened to it at least 2 times, and it's great in my opinion. So think big, have a bigger vision for what you're doing, and look for opportunities for aligning what you're doing, what you're publishing in, for example, with your passion. And if you're making less than $1,000 a month, maybe that's not possible. Depending on your situation, at some point, yes, maybe the purpose is just to make enough money to make a living so you can quit your job, for example. That is a great purpose to have, by the way. So, but at a certain point, I believe that we can think bigger. So we take it step by step. And I want to plant this seed in your mind to look for opportunities to align with your passion and think bigger. And that's all I have to say. I believe that the power of mindset can't be understated, because the decisions that we make, it usually comes from our way of thinking. So I think that by watching this video, you will get to see how I think, and by applying how I think, these principles that have worked for me, I believe that if you stack enough great decisions after each other, eventually that will show in the result. So that's why I think sticking to this video will be very powerful and beneficial to you. And one thing I like about mindset is that it's in our control. So we have a lot of things that we cannot affect, we cannot control. So for example, we can't control a lot of things such as where we were born, etc. But the mindset, that is something that we can construct. And I have definitely constructed my mindset. It is not something that was built by accident. I remember I was 16 years old when I first discovered the concept of having a mindset and how that could affect your life and your success, etc. And I remember how I was becoming aware of my thoughts through meditating. And I remember that I had a lot of negative thoughts. I mean, sit down here, and I remember that it was a struggle for me to overcome these negative thoughts. Everyone was teaching that you need to have positive thoughts, etc. But I couldn't get rid of my negative thoughts. It was very negative self-talk. It was more or less that I'm not good enough. In other words, that was what I was telling myself. So I found, for example, one idea that worked for me was that whenever this thought would arise, I would always apply a funny voice to it. And I would imagine that was a funny character that was saying these things to me, and they were blowing up like a balloon, and they were disappearing in the corner of my view. So I had different techniques like that that helped me. Another thing that helped me was that I started taking action in alignment with who I wanted to be and the people that I looked up to, for example. So I imagined that if I do these things, if I take these actions, then my self-talk, the dialogue that I'm having, eventually it won't mean anything. Even if I'm saying I'm the worst person in the world, if I'm giving to charity, for example, or I'm doing something good for someone else, then I can always point to that and say that, hey, that's not true. Look at this. So I believe that sometimes it's very powerful to get outside of yourself and to see that when you're providing value to someone else, your self-talk, if it's negative, it doesn't hold much power. So the first key mindset strategy that I want to talk about is to understand why mindset matters. So I believe that the mindset, it shapes everything that we do. If we believe in success, then we will move towards success. But if we believe in failure, then that's not good. So the science behind this, there's something called the reticular activating system. So it filters information based on your beliefs. So for example, if you, or what you focus on, or if some event has recently happened, let's say you bought a new car, then all of a sudden you will start to see that car everywhere. It's not that that car didn't exist before, it's just that now you're aware of it and you're focusing on it. One thing that I did earlier this year, which has been very helpful for my publishing business, is that I turned a question, which was, why haven't I seen any book take off in a while? And I turned that question into a focus. And it took me several months of having this question unanswered until I finally pieced together enough information from different sources and from analyzing my own books, the results, etc., to really understand, okay, this is the reason why. And I don't think I would have been able to do that if I simply continued like before and I didn't put this question in mind. So I believe that the mindset, that is just one example of what you focus on is what you will attract or what you will find answers to. That is just one reason why the mindset matters so much. And it is the foundation. It is the decisions that you will make will be based on the mindset that you have. So another strategy is to adopt key mindset principles. So for example, one principle that I've applied is that if others can do it, then why can't I do it? So this is about modeling success. Instead of reinventing the wheel, why not look at what's already working? It's not about copying what other people are doing. It's more so about looking at, for example, the habits or the components, etc., etc. Another principle is self-discipline over motivation. So I believe that motivation, it comes and goes, but discipline, that is something that remains. So I believe that self-discipline, it's like a muscle, and that is something that I've really experienced now. For example, I'm getting up at 4 a.m. The first thing I'm doing is taking an ice bath. I'm documenting it on Instagram story currently. I won't do it forever probably, but I will do it until I finish this big project. And by putting myself a little bit out there, I'm able to have other people keep me accountable, which is one strategy in and of itself that can be very powerful. But I've noticed that when I'm taking these ice baths in the morning, it was always harder in the first week. And the reason, it hasn't gotten easier in terms of how it feels, how the cold water feels, but it has gotten easier in terms of the self-talk that I had before. So there's no discussion about whether or not to do this or not. Now, principle number 3 that I would like to discuss is systems over willpower. So one example of setting up a system that does not rely on willpower is by planning tomorrow today, so that you know exactly what you will do. For example, when I'm taking the ice bath in the morning, I always lay out so I have the clothes after and I have the shoes ready. I can start walking on the walking pad. I can get to the office immediately, and I can have my bottle of water ready, etc. And I know exactly what it is I'm supposed to do. I don't have to think. In the morning, I just go. And that is one example of relying on systems rather than willpower. And another principle that I think is very powerful is the compounding, and thinking about that not just in terms of money, but in regards to everything that you do. So the habits that you do, those will compound. The relationships that you build, they will compound. The skills, your own skills, but also the skills of other people that you're working with. If you're able to work with them consistently, then they are developing their skills. If you're giving feedback or you have some sort of feedback system in place, etc. So I believe that compounding, that is one thing that I would really tell myself to focus on early on in life if I were to go back. And earlier on in my publishing business as well, I would tell myself to look for opportunities for compounding, because that is very powerful. Now, the third strategy I want to talk about in regards to mindset is guarding the influences in your life. And that could mean people, but it also means information. So for example, negative information, that's news. It might be certain videos. So that means being very deliberate about the content that you consume. So making sure that it's in alignment with your goals and dreams, and protecting yourself from anything that might not be in alignment with your goals and dreams. So I recommend that you spend around 30 minutes per day. At least that's what I aim to do every day, listening to something inspirational or something motivational, maybe a mindset video like this, to really make sure that you're on track in terms of your beliefs. And when you listen to this kind of information, it will slowly start to almost in a way brainwash you, where of course success is possible. Of course it is, because I'm seeing it everywhere. And like we discussed earlier, that's the power of the reticular activating system, where once you focus on something, you will start to see it everywhere. You will start to pick up certain habits that successful people do, and there will be certain techniques, strategies, everything will just fall into place. Let's move on. So the fourth mindset strategy is focusing on the long term. I remember Brian Tracy said that 5 years will pass anyways. The only difference is where will you be after those 5 years have passed. And I think it's important to see the correlation between what we're doing today and the results that we will get in a year from now, 3 years from now, and 5 years from now, because there will be a correlation between the actions that we take today to the results that we're getting in 5 years. And usually, I think in publishing, it's around 1 year. So when I've implemented a strategy or something, I really start to see the results of that strategy after about 6 months, a year. And I think that thinking long term in that regard, it is something that is very powerful, because then you're able to make decisions which will have the most amount of benefits to you in the long run. So one example for me is, instead of making $10,000 a month and making 7,000 of that in profit and then just staying at that level, I was thinking, okay, but what if I can get this to $50,000 a month and I can make $25,000 in profit, then that is a lot more than $7,000 in profit. That is an example that if you're able to delay gratification a little bit, then that will usually be in your favor. And one thing I might not have mentioned, the phone, the storage got full, so it cut off. But I want to discuss the concept of making your environment, optimizing your environment so that you want to work. So for example, making this video, I didn't want to make a video today, but then I talked to someone and I got the advice to go somewhere nice. And here you can see it's a waterfall behind me. It's nice. I'm taking a bike ride. This is not hard for me to do once I'm here. And for example, if you look at my office, I have a painting. If you look at the PowerPoint videos, I have a painting of a ski slope and snow and the blue sky, and that is making me more happy to be in that environment. So for example, an example of not being in an optimized environment would be working in a room where there's no windows, for example, or it's very, you don't want to be there. So think if there's ways that you can make your working environment more inspiring. So for example, at one point I was working in a cafe. That was helpful for me. And also you can reward yourself with certain things. So maybe let's say you're eating something that you like. You're connecting, okay, when I start working, I get to eat this thing that tastes good. And sometimes you might need to do stuff like that because the most important thing is to get going. Once you get going, it's usually very easy to continue, especially as you get involved into the work. And that is, of course, thing you want to make sure that you don't have any distractions. So optimizing your environment may also mean that you make sure that you have your charger in the same room. So all of a sudden you don't need to be interrupted and go and pick it up in another room. So you want to think about all these small details when optimizing your environment as well. Now, this video wasn't at all a complete guide to having a perfect mindset, but hopefully it provided some great insights that you can apply to your own way of making decisions and some small habits that you can implement. For example, listening to inspirational or motivational content for about 30 minutes per day and picking up the habits of success, etc. And as you're focusing on success more and more, then you will start to see success more and more as well. You will start to see successful books and you will start to pick up certain things that they do to become successful, etc. It's an upward spiral, and that is what I really appreciate with this. And it, as with anything, it compounds. So the more knowledge, the more positive habits you build, the more likely you are to build another positive habit, etc.
Let me tell you a story why I named this year the year of precision, optimization, and tactical improvements. So we're out here in the mountains today and we're doing some physical exercise. So we might as well talk about something related to sports. So we have the British cycling team. They didn't perform well for over 100 years. They were very mediocre. And for example, they never won Tour de France. They won one gold medal in the Olympic Games, but that's not much if you look at a 1 year period. And it even got to the point where the top bike producers in Europe, they didn't want to sell the bikes to the British because they were afraid that that would affect the sales to the other professionals. Because if the British are using the bikes, then it must not be any good. However, then a man named Dave comes along, and Dave, he's a different kind of breed. He is one that is very focused on small improvements because he understands what a difference it can make in the long run. So he looked at things such as the comfort of the bike seats. He rubbed the tires with alcohol so that they would have a better grip. He hired a surgeon to teach the bikers how to clean their hands so that they wouldn't get sick as often. And he even painted the inside of the car in white so that they would be able to spot the dust, because if it was dust on the bikes, that might affect the performance of the bikes. So many of these changes, they seem insignificant. What difference would a small change such as painting the inside of a car that transports bikes white, what difference would that make? But he really wanted to identify everything that could be improved when it comes to biking. And what happened? The results of the biking team completely transformed. In 2008, the British, they won 60% of the gold medals in the Olympic Games. And 4 years after, they set several world records. They won 5 Tour de France in a 6-year period. And all of this because they made small improvements. So let me give you some math on how small improvements can make a huge difference. So if you improve 1% every day, then in 1 year you'll be 30 times better. And this is one of the reasons why I named this year the year of precision, optimization, and tactical improvements. So every year I give my year a name, and 1 year it was turning pro, because I read the book Turning Pro, and Stephen Pressfield, he talks about that professionals, they do what they need to do whether they feel like it or not. If you're a professional writer, then you write whether or not you have the inspiration. And another year it was solidifying greatness, so making sure that I applied everything that I've learned from the books I was reading, etc. And last year it was the balancing year, where it was more about finding a balance, because for several years I was so focused on only the business aspect, but there are other areas in life, of course. And this year we have the year of precision and tactical improvements. So what am I doing in my own publishing business? I'm looking at everything from the titles, the subtitles. Do we have a unique angle? Are they good enough? What about the descriptions? Are they easily read? What about the headline? The headline is very important. The bullet points, do they awaken curiosity? And the Amazon ads, is there anything we can do there? We tested a lot for March and we lost a lot of money, but that's okay because we learn. And it can also be related to the people. So is there any feedback that we can give to the writers or other people on the team? Or is there anything related to systems that we can improve? So for example, a couple of days ago, we implemented so that the editor will start to read the guidelines before they are sent to the writers, because we found that sometimes the writer didn't follow the guidelines, or the guidelines, they could be better. So by putting her in place, it's an extra gatekeeper to ensure quality. So this is what I'm doing currently, what I'm focusing on, and this is something I encourage you to look at as well, because I find it fascinating that small improvements like that can make such a huge difference. And I admire Dave for that, what he did with the British cycling team. I'm sure there are many other examples of leaders who've stepped in and made small changes that seemed insignificant at the moment, but overall, when you look at the results 1 year or 2 years after, you see that they were worth it.
Have you ever heard the saying that you don't have business problems, you have personal problems that show up in your business? If you're 30 seconds into this video and you're already thinking about the next video to watch, then I think this is the problem that you're dealing with. Because if we don't have the attention to stick to a video that might contain the information that is between us and personal freedom, then how are we ever going to endure the boredom that comes with building a business? Because yes, business, it has its fun moments, and especially when you look at the lifestyle a self-publishing business can provide. However, the actual step-by-steps of building the business can often be frustrating and sometimes boring. So let's imagine our ancestors and how they would look at our current generation when it comes to the comfort that we have and the opportunities that we have. And I think that many of them will be a little bit dumbfounded and question why we're not able to focus. For example, I suppose many of our ancestors, they were in the woods chopping down trees for hours and hours, and they were hunting, and they were probably looking at a prey for
hours and hours, not much happening, yet now we struggle to watch a 7-minute video. But I don't think that this is our fault, because the companies, they're trying to do the best they can to get us addicted to their products and to reward us by giving us dopamine. So dopamine, that's the thing that our ancestors got when we went hunting, for example. And it's also something that you get when you achieve a goal. So the tech companies today, they are hijacking our brains by rewarding us with unnatural amounts of dopamine when we, for example, scroll social media. So what I did in my own journey is I did a dopamine detox, because I understood that I want to make everything else that is not related to working on my business as boring as possible, because then working on my business became the only thing that was fun. So I went to the extreme. I even was celibate for a while. And if you look at what I have right now, I don't have a Facebook app on my phone. I have the newsfeed eradicator on my Facebook when I log in on my computer. So there are different things that you can do. And if you want to learn more about this, I recommend that you read up on dopamine detox. And I can make a separate video on how you can do this. But understand that you need the focus to be able to do the tasks that will be required to grow your self-publishing business. Second up, let's talk about mindset. And I will get into some practical things, so don't worry. But if you're still thinking things such as money doesn't grow on trees, or it's too late, or other limiting beliefs like that, then what I encourage you to do is to watch, for example, success stories. You can watch my interview with my friend. And when you question your own limiting beliefs by providing proof of it not being true, then you're able to overcome it eventually. And if you watch my other videos, you will slowly start to adapt the right mindset that you need to succeed with self-publishing. Okay, so moving on. Let's imagine that we've covered the base. You now know how to focus. You made it this far into the video, so kudos for that. And also you have the right mindset. You're thinking long term. Then what is the next step we want to look at? We want to look at what does it take for us to get better at something. Do we get better at something by simply doing it? The answer is no. And I will tell you an example. So if we look at my handwriting from preschool to I think about 3rd grade improved. And what is the reason it improved? Because I got direct feedback from my teacher on how to improve my handwriting. However, since then, my handwriting has stayed the same. It hasn't improved in 2 decades. And why is that? It's because I haven't received any feedback and I haven't analyzed what I could do better. So another story I can tell you is when I was working in a fish factory and I was sweeping the floor at the end of the day. I received a comment from one of my colleagues. He said that I was sweeping the floor too slowly. And he took the brush and he started sweeping these long sweeps, and he also did it twice as fast. And from that day on, I also doubled my speed of sweeping the floor by simply getting outside eyes to look at what you're doing. You can be able to increase your rate or your speed of improving. So when it comes to your self-publishing business, maybe your covers are not good enough, or maybe your titles aren't good enough. Whatever it is, you want to aim to identify it and you want to analyze, what can I do better? And is there anything I can improve for this book or something I can implement on the next books? So for example, I've seen some publishers, they've done publishing for years and their books don't seem to improve that much. The covers still look the same and they're not getting great reviews. And the reason for that is because they're on autopilot, just like my handwriting. Okay, so moving on, let's discuss the concept of the bottleneck. So the bottleneck is the constraint of your business. So if we take self-publishing as an example, my friend, he doesn't have the problem that he doesn't have enough books. Instead, his bottlenecks is that he can't publish the books or the manuscripts and the ready covers that he has because he doesn't get enough reviews for the books. So I will share with you some bottlenecks that I've encountered throughout my self-publishing journey. So at one point I was working too much in the business instead of working on the business. And to solve that, I started to identify what am I doing that someone else can be doing, or what can I eliminate, and what systems can I build to make the publishing process more streamlined. Another example, for some of my books, I can see that they're not getting enough clicks if we look at the Amazon ads, for example. And why is that? It's probably because the cover is not good enough, or perhaps the keyword that I'm targeting is not popular enough, or it could be that there's too much competition. Perhaps I'm in a niche where there's already a lot of established authors. For example, if I'm in a niche such as productivity, I don't have an audience, then it's going to be hard for me to compete as a completely new publisher. And another thing might be that your books are not converting well. Perhaps you're getting clicks to your books, but when people are on your product page, for some reason they don't buy it. Or another example was that I wasn't getting the compound effect, which is people weren't buying more of my products because all my books, or many of my books, were in different topics, which means that I'm not getting the snowball effect that we want, which is people are buying a series of our books. And I wasn't collecting the email addresses, for example, so I wasn't building an audience where I could make it easier for myself to, for example, gather reviews, because I know that that is a struggle for many publishers, including myself at one point, is getting enough reviews. And when you have an audience, that part is much easier because you want a legitimate way to get reviews. Maybe you can get reviews that are through some certain method. However, is that sustainable? Maybe the reviews will get removed and maybe you're risking the account. So you want a legitimate way to get reviews. So whatever it is that is stopping you from growing, always aim to identify it first. And then once you've identified, then you can aim to create an action plan to solve it. But sometimes, as mentioned in this video, you might need an outside person to look at your blind spots. For example, my friend, when he got started, he struggled a little bit with the titles. He didn't understand the keywords properly either. So sometimes it's very good to have someone from the outside that can look at your blind spots. You might be one piece of information away from skyrocketing your self-publishing business to the next level. One quote that I've been thinking about a lot lately is that it's costing you $1 million not to know how to make $1 million. In today's video, I want to talk about key moments in my own self-publishing journey that have helped me to take my self-publishing business to the next level. I remember when I was a teenager and I was researching different career options, and I looked at, for example, becoming a doctor, and I saw the income that doctors made, and of course that was attractive. However, when I looked deeper into it and I realized that to become a doctor you need to study for, let's say, 10 years, and also you most likely go into at least $100,000 in debt, then it didn't look as attractive anymore. And I think that one path where you can get results much quicker and higher is entrepreneurship. And if you know my story, you know I did some business models before I started self-publishing, and I'm very grateful today that I started those different things, because it made me realize how straightforward self-publishing is compared to many other business models. And I think self-publishing, it fits me very well because I have a long-term mindset. And if you have a long-term mindset, then I think self-publishing is is great for you as well, because compare being a farmer to being a hunter. So when we're doing self-publishing, we're more like a farmer. We're sowing seeds, and then eventually the crops, they will bring us income over and over again as people are buying our books. Compare that to being a hunter. Let's say you're doing sales, and every time you make a sale, you make money, and you might be making good money. However, after that, if you want to make more money, you need to go out on another hunt. So in essence, compared to many other career options, such as being a doctor, I think self-publishing is fast and easy. Learning self-publishing is not something that takes super long. However, becoming a master at it, it does take more time. But it's a fun process, and I remember some key moments in my own journey where I've unlocked a piece of information or a strategy, or I've gotten an idea, and how amazing that feels. And especially when you know that other publishers, they aren't doing this, or they don't know about it, or there's just a small few that are using it. So one piece of information that I unlocked early on was the power of having a brand. And I saw that a common struggle for a lot of self-publishers was that they weren't able to get reviews in a legitimate way. And I built an ARC team, an advanced review team, and by sending out an advanced copy of the book beforehand, I was able to get reviews for the books in a legitimate way and in a way that was sustainable. Another piece of information or idea that changed the course of my self-publishing journey was when I realized that there isn't a ceiling to self-publishing, that the ceiling that other publishers have put, for example, the 10K a month ceiling, that doesn't need to apply to me, because if there's one publisher or 10 publishers making $10,000 a month, then what is stopping one publisher from making $100,000 a month? The only thing that is stopping that publisher is, first of all, the belief, of course, but also the systems, because if you're going to produce like 10 publishers, you need a system. And I remember a lot of people were talking about that if you're working more than a couple of hours a week, you're doing self-publishing wrong. And I was thinking, okay, well, that's great, because a lot of publishers, they were approaching this business model because they wanted to live the 4-hour work week, which was one of the things that attracted me as well to this business model, because I read the 4-hour work week. However, I also read a lot of other books, such as the 10X, I think, by Grant Cardone, and other business books. So I realized that what if I simply do 10 times as much, and I take it seriously instead of taking it as something like a side hustle. I take it as a serious business, just like someone who would open a restaurant would take their business very seriously. And also, one interesting fact is, compared to opening a brick and mortar business like a restaurant, imagine all the money you have to invest to open up the restaurant and the monthly bills that you're having consistently, and compare that to self-publishing, where we can invest, I mean, in some cases you don't need to invest much at all if you're writing the book yourself, but even if you're hiring a writer, it's less than $1,000 in many cases. So compared to that, I think self-publishing is amazing. And another piece of information that transformed my mindset and my approach was that when I realized that I don't need to pay that much attention to the competition. Instead, what I should focus on is making sure that the readers have an extraordinary experience and being unique. So if I'm able to do that, then I think there will always be room for publishers like that, because we want to align ourselves with what Amazon wants and what is best for the customer. Because if we do that, then I think we will be rewarded. Even if it's not by the first book, then eventually if we do that over and over again, and we're of course following the steps that we need to do to make sure the book is profitable, for example, the correct keyword research, then I think that it's just a matter of time. So I adopted an abundance mindset, and I stopped being afraid of competition. Throughout my self-publishing journey, I've also had a lot of other realizations. Just a couple of months ago, I was interviewed by a company that wanted to buy a self-publishing Amazon KDP business for around $1 million. And I got fairly far into the interview process of being the manager for this self-publishing business for 20% of the profit. However, I opted out, and I will tell you why. So as I was doing the research of looking at companies to buy, and I was given advice and I was listing out, okay, if I were to be the manager of this KDP business, this is what I would do. This is the action I would take. I realized that I was given advice on something that I wasn't even applying in my own self-publishing business. So my conclusion was that before I spread my attention, I should first start implementing these things in my own self-publishing business. And when I started doing that, my hit rate or success rate with the new books that I publish have increased a lot. And lastly, one of the main things that I attribute my success to with self-publishing is consuming a lot of information. And especially in the beginning and in the middle of my journey, I was listening to almost every video on self-publishing in 2x speed, because I knew that one piece of information, even though I already know 99% of it, of the things that will be covered in the video, if there's just one thing, one idea, or one tactic or one strategy that I think can transform the business, then it's worth for me to listen to. So I have a question for you as we end this video. If you're not subscribed to this channel, are you really serious about your self-publishing business? Because I know that for a fact that if I had someone who's done what I want to do, and not only that, but has proven that he's helped another person to get the results that I'm looking to get, then I would be hanging on to every word. It doesn't matter if their English is not perfect, doesn't matter if I resonate with the person or not. I would make sure that I listen and I consume the information. So if you watched to the end of this video, then do me a favor and write the word driven down in the comment section, and I will know that you're a different breed. So best of luck in your own self-publishing journey. I hope we connect one day, and see you in the next video. If you're doing self-publishing, then you already won. And in this video, I will tell you why. As you know, I started self-publishing 8 years ago. And one thing that I've realized in the last couple of years is that I've started taking things for granted. I've started taking publishing and what it provides for granted. However, this last year, I've been helping my friend. Maybe you've seen the interview. If you haven't, I recommend you watch it after this one. But I've realized that self-publishing provides so many opportunities that is hard to find in other places. For example, if you know my story, then you know I started a web shop, the first thing I did, and I had issues with customers not paying the bills. I had issues with the shipping. Look at this. And I also had issues with pricing. For example, I didn't have good margins on the products, but with the books we get 70% on the ebooks, and with the paperbacks we get around 50-60%, I think. So it's a lot better in that regard, and we don't need to pay for the shipping or anything like that. And for my friend, I'm sometimes taken back, but then I get centered. I realize, okay, this is why he's saying it, because he's very successful already in what he's doing. He has 30 to 40 apartments that he rents out, and he also has employees in his real estate agent business, and he's doing well. He's one of the top real estate agents in the city. However, he still says that he wished he got started with self-publishing several years ago. And the reason he's saying that is not because it's too late to start with self-publishing. It's more so that he sees the opportunities. And if you know my story, then I wanted to make passive income, and I wanted to make passive income online. And I wanted to de-link my time from making money, because I was working with cold calls, and my time was directly linked. If I didn't make calls, I didn't make money. But now, as I'm taking this walk, people are buying my books. And when we're sleeping, people are buying our books. So we have the ultimate freedom, which is time and location freedom. And we also have the freedom to work on something that we're passionate about, if we so choose. So when it comes to location freedom, some examples from my own life recently. I was in Dubai, and we're in April now, and already I've been to 3 different countries, being able to work in every single one of them because all I need is an internet connection. And when it comes to the time, and also one more thing is you get the freedom to choose what you want to work on. You're your own boss, so you decide what you want to work on, which book, what project, and that is also something that I've taken for granted. Let me cross another bridge. So in many ways, self-publishing, it's hard to beat, I think. And of course, the market, you might say, oh, it's too late. But the way I see it is, if there will be people that will be buying books, then there will be publishers that will be making money from the books. And if you study Amazon and you study the way they operate their business, then you know that they care about the customers. So if we align ourselves with the customers and with their rules, and we do what is best for the customers, and ideally we build a brand, then we're aligned with what Amazon wants. So even if other publishers that have some short-term tactics come along, we're still able to win in the long run, because if you could produce books like the top publishers produce books, then eventually it makes sense that you'll get similar results. So let's keep talking a little bit about freedom, because that very much fills my heart with gratitude, at least. And I think that if you've been in a situation where you've had to have other people telling you where to go or what to do, then you know how valuable this type of freedom is. For example, my friend, one of the things he mentions is he often has a headache at the end of the day because there's stress and people are complaining, and that is something that leads to stress, obviously. So with self-publishing, we're not in direct contact with the customers. They reach out to Amazon if they have an issue with the shipping, for example. So I think that is very valuable. And in my own journey, for example, 3-4 years ago, I had an old friend reach out and ask me if I wanted to start training with him Muay Thai. And I had an idea that I wanted to fight, but he lived in another city 1 hour away from me. So I had to invest 2 hours during the day to travel to him, but I knew it was worth it because he's one of the best, and I want to learn from the best. So I traveled and I was able to make it happen. And that is something that you can do with self-publishing. You can have the freedom to pursue other things that you want to do. For example, I became a personal trainer. I started my own gym, and let's say you're into art. Maybe you can start art classes or yoga classes or whatever it is that fills your heart up. You can do that when you have achieved freedom. And it doesn't only need to be something unrelated to your books. I think the best thing you can do is if you're able to use your passion in your books. So for example, let's say you're into yoga, then you create yoga books, and then you collect the email addresses, and that may lead to them coming to your live yoga classes or online yoga courses, or maybe you're giving away your book in your yoga classes that creates instant authority. So there are a lot of opportunities with self-publishing, and I believe that content and creating content in any form is aligning with the future, be it via videos, audios. So for example, you got audiobooks, written form, ebooks, paperbacks,
everything like that I think is on the rise. So I think that self-publishing, if you're into self-publishing, you've already won. One thing I encourage you to do is to celebrate the milestones. So for example, my friend, he showed me a screenshot when he made $4, his first $4 in May 2023. And then of course he made almost $18,000 in December the same year. But along the way he celebrated the first $100, the first $1,000. Everything like that is it almost feels better in the beginning. So that's why it's so fun for me to be a part of his journey, because I get to see how happy this is making him, and he is very grateful, and that gratefulness or gratitude is spreading to me as well. And I get reminded that self-publishing, this was the right choice, and I've struggled to see anything that is as good or that provides as much freedom. And it's also that you can integrate it into an already existing business, or you can use it as a stepping stone, or you can have it as your only business if that's what you want. So it's also the fact that you get to learn a lot. You get to learn about many different topics as you're doing the research, and you also get to learn about persuasion. For example, when you want people to buy your books, you have to give them a reason to buy your books. And you also need to understand your customers. You need to understand why, what is it that they're looking for in the book. And what you think initially that they want might not be what they want. So that's why research is so important, and doing research, that's something that you can apply to other businesses as well. So you're building a lot of skills. For example, managing people, that is a super valuable skill that you will get to develop with self-publishing. I remember one lesson for me was that I had to accept that most people are the way that they are, and it's not my job to try to change them. For example, I would rather hire an A player from the start and perhaps pay a little bit more, and instead of having to develop a C player and try to make them into A player. Because some people, they're more wired to make excuses, and something shows up and then the next week something else shows up. But then on the other hand, you have other people which never make excuses, and they take self-accountability, and you get to appreciate when you find these people and you want to keep them. You want to do the best you can to work with them, and then eventually you get to help them on their journey. You get to teach them, but also help them provide for their own families. So what you're doing with your business, depending on how big you want to make it, it can also help change other people's lives and make their lives better. So this video has been a little bit all over the place, but the main message is that self-publishing, it's a great opportunity, I think, and I think that people are going to still continue to buy books and read books, even though things will change. In 8 years, a lot of things have changed, but what we need to do is adapt. And I think that if we as self-publishers, we help each other, and we always think about what is best for the customers, then we will be here in the long run. So that's my message for today. Enjoy the journey, celebrate the wins along the way, and let's take our self-publishing businesses to the next level. Have you ever wondered if you're being productive or not as you're working on your self-publishing business? In this video, we will talk about time management and the crucial role that it has played in my self-publishing journey to building a 7-figure business. So we are out here in the mountains, and I'm not strictly following my own advice in this video, which you will discover later on. However, I have an add-on to that, which I will add in the beginning. So it will be an interesting video to watch, I think. So stay with me as we dive deeper into this topic. So first,
what is time management? So time management is our ability to use our time productively. And then the follow-up question becomes, what is productivity? So productivity, it's measured by the rate of output per unit of input. So in other words, what are the results that we're getting from the actions that we're taking? When I look at my own publishing journey from this perspective, I can easily see that there have been many times where I haven't been productive. However, I thought I was being productive, because sometimes we might think that we're taking so much action, we are being productive, but being busy and being productive, it's not the same thing. So that is what I discovered when I looked at the fruit of my labor. For example, when I was doing Pinterest marketing, and that might work for some self-publishers, but it didn't give any results for me. Or when I did other business models, or when I tried orthodox marketing tactics. Now, of course, it's worth to test sometimes and see, because certain things might work better for some books. For example, let's say you have cookbooks. I can see recipes working well on Pinterest, but for the type of books that I was publishing, it didn't give any results. So we can, based on the results, we can say that I was not being productive. But of course, it's a balance, because you do want to test. So that is one thing to keep in mind. So one interesting fact about publishing is that our time is not worth the same throughout our week, let's say, or throughout a book's creation even. So if we take, for example, writing the book, that has a certain amount of value. And then if we take another example, such as formatting, that has another value. And then we take book cover design, that has a different value. So if you were to hire another person to do these jobs, you would pay differently, because they have varying levels of difficulty. So to jump back to what I said in the beginning, productivity is not about being busy. Then what is productivity about? I believe that productivity is about doing the right things. So when it comes to publishing, what are the right things that we should focus on in an ideal world? I will cover some of those components now. And I think that one thing that you can never go wrong with in the beginning is doing niche research. By the way, if you haven't checked out my free community on Skool, then I advise you to check it out. It's free to join, and you have a community tab there where you can ask me questions or other publishers questions. And I will also be adding some videos there that won't be available on YouTube, and you can also probably see some of the videos before they go live on YouTube. I think there will be something like that too. So check it out if you want to be a part of a community. Imagine if we have a community of publishers who are all striving to help each other to achieve our dreams, whether it's time and location freedom, or it's building a brand, or it's generating an extra side income, or whatever our goals are with publishing. So let's go back to niche research. I think that that is one of the most important things in the beginning when you don't have an audience, because that is how we will drive traffic to our books when people are searching for it, organically at least. Of course, we have Amazon ads, but niche research, it's an important thing. However, with time, you will discover that you will get better and better and faster, and eventually you'll also see that there are many other high value activities that you can focus on. So let's go back to the beginning and look at some other activities that have been crucial for me. So when I started out, I didn't have access to the same amount of resources, so I had to write some of the books myself. And what I did in the beginning was that I set a goal of writing 1,000 words every morning. So if you write 1,000 words every morning, then within 30 days you will have a 30,000 word manuscript, which ends up being a book that is over 100 pages. So that was one example of a productive use of my time back then. And as a interesting side note, in 2019 I was in a publishing mastermind in Lake Tahoe, and I met one man there who wrote 15,000 words per day. And I remember thinking that that was like the 5-minute mile by Robert Bannister. It really reset my limitations, or really opened my eyes to what's possible. Now let's quickly cover some other components that can be considered high value activities. So we have, for example, crafting a unique title. Let's see if we can see some bears or other animals over here. Anyways, so crafting a compelling subtitle, I think, is an important part of publishing. So the title should ideally have the search term that we want to rank for, that people are using to find books on this topic. And then the subtitle we want to make compelling, and we ideally want to add a unique selling point so that we give the customers a reason to choose our book instead of the other books. Furthermore, I believe that selecting a great book cover, that's also something that has a lot of value to it. So if we hire a designer, for example, and that designer provides us with examples, but we're not 100% pleased with it, then I think it's our job as publishers to ask for more examples or aim to give more instructions. And if the designer is not able to make the covers as good or stand out or better than the other books, then I think we might want to consider testing another designer. Another thing that I think has a lot of value to it is checking the book descriptions. So in the beginning I crafted several book descriptions myself. I still do from time to time, and I always, even now, make sure that I'm the one double checking the descriptions and make adjustments if needed. For example, a headline is very important. The bullet points are important as well. So that is another example of when we're being productive with our time. Now, as you go further and further into your publishing journey, you will also realize that strategizing and hiring other people will become more and more important. So for example, when it comes to strategizing, it might include finding ways to have customers buy more of our products, so more of our books. And when it comes to hiring, that might include hiring great writers, or it might include hiring a manager who not only manages what we have instructed them, but perhaps they're also providing insights into what can be done better, or they are able to spot errors or problems that we might not be aware of. So that's a great thing to have a person like that on the team, because then you're not doing everything by yourself. So after a certain point, the people on your team is what will determine the productivity. So they will have most of the input, and then their work will be the thing that determines the output. So let's say the quality of the writing, that is what will result in either good or bad reviews. So more important things to focus on, it's getting reviews and doing Amazon ads. But I think we've covered most of the base. So let's move on now that we're focusing on the right thing, because we determined that that is using our time productively. So how can we now make the most of our time? And I told you in the beginning that I'm not following my own advice. So it's late here right now. So one time management expert is called Brian Tracy, and he talks about that you want to eat the frog the first thing in the morning. And the hardest task is usually what is the frog, as he calls it. So eating the frog. And that is usually a task that is also carrying the most weight. So the thing that will have the most impact. And you want to do those types of tasks in the beginning of the day, because then you have the most brain power. So if you push these types of tasks towards the end of the day, then you might not have the mental energy to perform the task, or you might not even have the time to complete it. So with this video, it does require some brain power. I do need to think, what am I going to say? So in an ideal world, this video should be created early on in the morning. But I believe that sometimes we need to break these time management rules and productivity rules as well. And sometimes we simply need to push and get things done, and we can't always try to get everything perfect. So that is one thing that I believe is very powerful as well, that sometimes we don't need to make everything perfect. We simply go. But let's go back to some structure, some techniques. And that is a technique in and of itself, that sometimes we don't care about the techniques necessarily. We simply push because we are the driven ones. So we get things done no matter what. Now, let's go over one technique that has played a crucial role in my ability to get things done, and that is planning tomorrow today. Now, the way I've done it is I've planned the week every Sunday. So every Sunday I have planned the week, and I've done this for years, so I know exactly what I'm going to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And what I do is I write down 1 to 4 things that are going to push the business forward. So this can include, in the beginning it was things such as writing 5,000 to 7,000 words. After a while it included hiring key people, or doing niche research, or creating systems, etc. So you want to identify what are the things that if I do these, they are the ones that will bring the most results. And you want to schedule those tasks to the beginning of the day. So you're eating the frog. Because if we start the day with checking emails or working on social media, then we will use brain power, and we will also use time that we might need for this bigger project. Because sometimes, as we'll discover, it often takes longer than what we think. So every day we want to wake up with a clear plan of how to make the day successful. Because what is success? Success is a compilation of days where we have done the right input, we've done the right action that will eventually lead to our desired output or results. So that to me is time management in a nutshell: doing the right things in the right time or in the right order. So what determines if we're doing the right thing or not? That all depends on our goals. So from the goals we get a project plan, and for any project we should first know what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So for example, it could be creating a book, and then we want to know why we are doing it. So this could include to create an additional income, or to leave a legacy, or to build an email list, etc., etc. And then after that we want an action plan. So what are the steps that we need to take? And this could include, for example, niche research, then creating an outline, creating a title, etc., etc. And then we want to know who will do what and when. So for example, I will write 5,000 words every morning, or 1,000 words every morning for 5 days per week. And within 4 weeks I will have a manuscript ready for publishing, or my designer will have a book cover done by this date, etc. And then lastly, it's all about taking action. So that is what I have for you in this video. I could go on about productivity and time management. For example, we could talk about removing tasks, outsourcing, or systematizing, but I think we'll save that for another video. If you like the video, hit the like button, and as always, best of luck in your own publishing journey.
There you have it. If you watched all the way to the end, leave the word driven in the comments below. That lets me know that you're a different kind of breed. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.